afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you to the new initiative at ASMA Education Leadership Conclave 2020, a series very thoughtful about innovation, skills and leadership in the new normal, and we are going to cover all the spectrum of education within. In the next 2 months, we are going to touch variety of issues and we will bring the subject matter experts from all over the country and abroad to talk about the challenges being faced in the education fraternity in India. Today is my opportunity to welcome all of you and all the guests here who are going to speak their heart and will share their knowledge and insights about the new leadership challenges that education fraternity is facing. Today, we have with us a lot of important speakers from different parts of the country. I welcome all of them, and I welcome all the participants who are joining from different parts of country. We have 1,000+ registrations, and I'm very sure that each one of you, those who attend this event, will have takeaways. So please be attentive, please be with us. At ASMA, the mission is growing continuously. The last count of our outreach, I realized we have reached 80,000+ inboxes, and that's a big number. So we are touching almost every spectrum now, and I'm glad that my active community is also upward of 22,000+ members. So we are getting requests, we are getting suggestions on what we should do at ASMA, how do we take this mission forward. And I'm very happy under my team, under Chandan's leadership, we have been able to put this initiative called ASMA Education Leadership Conclave together. And I'm assuming that next 3 months we will have a similar run like what we had at India's admission hunt in the previous 3 months. So welcome again to all of you to ASMA's Education Leadership Conclave. This event is powered by UniApply. This event is supported by Government of Manipur. We have the academic partners with us as Sushant University and Chitkara University. I also welcome our partner Finance Peer. We are supported by FMA Digital, Orai Robotics Private Limited, among others. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our honorable chief guest of today, Shri T. Radheshyam, Minister of Higher Education from Government of Manipur. We just got to learn from him that his schedule is getting changed due to some meeting that has come up. So he will be joining us very shortly in the event. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Neetu Bhagat, Deputy Director, AICTE. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director, CBSE, Government of India. Let me welcome Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University. So welcome everyone once again, and I request Chandan to take this forward so that we can start the deliberations without any further ado. Thank you so much, and welcome to ASMA Education Leadership Conclave.
Thanks, Rahul, for such a nice welcome note. And with this, I welcome all the speakers, all the eminent speakers, the attendees who have scheduled their busy time to witness this event, and to all our supporting partners and Government of Manipur in helping us and supporting the vision and the mission of our organization. So, to make the mood lighter, I would just like to phrase it with one small शायरी कि मंजिलें हमसे हैं लेकिन मंजिलों से हम नहीं, मंजिलें हमसे हैं लेकिन मंजिलों से हम नहीं, ऐ मंजिल तू रुक वहीं, चल पड़े हैं हम पथ पर, और जिस पथ पर हम चल पड़े हैं पत्थर है वो मलमल नहीं, मंजिलें हमसे हैं लेकिन मंजिलों से हम नहीं. Thank you so much. So with this, I would like to invite our special guest for the day, Dr. Biswajit Saha. He is the Director, Training and Skill Education from CBSE, Government of India. He is involved with the design of curriculum, development of student resource books, and training manuals. He also monitors the execution of various teachers training programs by 16 CBSE Centers of Excellence. Prior to joining CBSE, he was the faculty member of Government Engineering College, Agartala, and served as OSD, Government of Tripura. He was also associated with Tripura Central University and National Informatics Centers, Government of India, in various capacities. Dr. Shah handled the execution of various department projects of the World Bank, MHRD, and Ministry of Information and Technology, as well as research projects of AICT and UGC. Dr. Shah has actively participated in drafting of National Vocational Education Qualification Framework notified by Government of India in 2012 and 13 respectively. He has contributed towards drafting of credit framework for skills and education by AICT. It is a matter of privilege and honor, Dr. Vishwajit Saha, sir, that you accepted our invitation and you thought to address this session of the day. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you, Chandan. I think it's a great privilege for me to be here with you, all distinguished panelists, and of course, Honorable Minister, Government of Manipur, who is going to join us shortly. The idea behind this kind of webinar, and especially during this pandemic times, it's a great initiative by the InnoServe group or ASMA. In fact, the innovation and leadership, somewhere it must be started. And that leadership's deals only create that platform and environment. So with the idea of new education policy, if we look into, this is a vision document through which I think all educational institutes, be it northeastern part or be it Jammu and Kashmir, so entire country is going to be benefited out of it if we are going to implement in true spirit. And that the actual challenge for the leaderships. And if we wholeheartedly participate in that mission, then over a period of time, the country can really encourage the new generation and especially the young minds. Now, with respect to the traditional approach, innovative pedagogy, and other portfolio managed by the teachers and students, first and foremost thing is how we are actually transacting the curriculum in school, college, or university systems. The approach is completing the syllabus and preparing them for the exams. Parents are also happy, teachers happy, school management, college management. So all happiness. So we are spreading happiness by completing the syllabus. But what about thinking skill? Are we giving enough time to the student to think, to connect with the real life? So those components need to be stressed to make the learning an exponential one. I think the seed of innovations lies with respect to the freedom in the classroom and school and college ecosystems. Then what term university, the meaning, whether if we look into the dictionary meaning and the practicing meaning, what a student life in university, I think the meaning, the gap area is huge. So how to bridge that gap? I think teachers, school management, college management, everybody together, including the political fraternity, we need to invest to bridge that gap fast. And second component to bring innovation is how we are connecting with the parents. So far, it is an individual business. Now, sometimes many good schools, of course, by name of RTE, we accommodate. But how actually we are concerned about to bring them at par with the other student. So again, there is a gap. I am intentionally mentioning this disjoint because these are the area we must focus together. Then only the leadership, innovation, and skills, these three key words will get justice. So here we have to again stress upon this relationship. And no matter parents may be highly qualified, maybe illiterate, maybe first generation's learner you are accommodating. So that balancing, somewhere we need to find out a solution. And here the solutions already exist in the ecosystems. You don't have to find it. Only things you have to connect with them. Those practicing school or universities are already doing. Their network need to be enhanced. And those who are not practicing, they need to start practicing this agenda. As far as Central Board of Secondary Education is concerned, we have floated an idea of hub of learning. Hub of learning, the new education policy talks about the cluster of schools. We know there is a variations of infrastructure. We know there is a variations of faculty member. So all these quality variations, if we put in a single trajectory, never ever that parallel line we can draw. Rather, by means of collaborations, I think we can bridge the gap between the schools, between the parents, between the students. So peer-to-peer learning, peer-to-peer interactions among the schools to school. So all those C2C or B2C or G2C, whatever maybe you term, I think there lies the very simple way of connecting with the people. And that again leads to a strong innovations with respect to the complexity of human relations in a very simplified way. So I urge that we are not going to limit these things only among the schools or among our own parents, rather how it can be extended to the neighborhood government schools or other board schools, and then followed by ITI, Polytechnic, Engineering College, University, and then industry. So society at large, wherever 5 schools are working together, how their family can be extended by joint collaborations among the other stakeholders. So that feeder, the ecology, whatever we know, the feeder cycle is somewhere disjoint, it is till date. And that's why many of the private engineering college, many of the private university has to invest a lot of money for advertisement or communications. I think the simple communications to reach every household, that mechanisms already exist. Only thing is that you have to encash and participate in that ball game. And that would be another innovation. So I'm repeatedly putting these terms and stressing because there lies the key of success. Now, if you think of the new technology, the way it is evolving, somewhere it has started. If the chip manufacturing company has to think maybe 30 years back, no, I need to have a conducive environment, number one, and number two, the market. Then the environment and market to different terminology never ever happen, and one may not get at a time. But science and technology, that way progressed, and somebody has taken that risk for the purpose of creating an innovative journey. So here for human resource also, and especially for the young minds, I think that seed we need to sow at this is the right time. Policy talks about the competency-based education. So my questions to both our school leader and university leader, how far we are able to preach that competency-based educations in the ecosystems. We can put different questions. So connecting these things with respect to assessment is very important. So as a representative of a school board, our primary job is to conduct class 10th and 12th examinations. Now, whatever patterns we are following, that becomes a pattern for the early classes practices. So we are now gearing up for competency-based assessment, which is not the chapter and questions, which is not going to test the competency of the student. It is going to be tested with respect to the learning outcomes. Now, as a whole, I think all educationists, we need to come together and work for a common objective. Let us discuss a problem in the classroom. It could be a real life problem. It could be a social problem. It could be a scientific problem. It could be technology related problem, or it could be a human relations problem. And if this problem can be discussed right at the classroom, and the teacher concerned are supposed to discuss among themselves in a project-based approach, okay, this topic, this component is related to science, this component is related to maths, this component is related to social science, and all together that problem statement in a project mode, if it is discussed in the classroom, then I think the dropout rate, whatever way the government is forecasting or whatever way the data are being showcased, there will be tremendous happiness quotient visible in entire ecosystems. So altogether, this kind of real life problem, forget about the curriculum. Curriculum will automatically merge and subsumed by the core of the problem. And that need to be discussed right from the schools to university. And that way, we need to bring the curriculum in a different way. The second agenda with respect to this is pandemics also teaching us how we can depend on the digital educations. One can definitely put a negative questions again at this stage, how the divide between poor and elite, how the divide between the demography, how there is a opportunity loss due to the connectivity issues and other issues. But at the same time, somewhere we have to start. If by name of equality, by name of democratizing of technology, if we are sitting idle for entire pandemic times, I think there will be a huge session and opportunity loss for all university, for all school, or for all learner. Now, the technology has given us this opportunity. We have to redefine, we have to test it, what way, even beyond pandemics, we can reuse it. There lies the beauty. And that way, I think every teacher, every parent must be equipped with this kind of nomenclature. Maybe there would be use case, definite simplified use case may come. The policy talks about another key agenda, that is holistic progress card. Now, if you look into our mark sheet, university mark sheet, we may claim it is a very holistic, but bearing the holy component, only a progressions level with respect to subjects mark. And many universities take a positive notions, okay, based on these marks, we are going to admit you 95 and above, and very soon, as I am sitting in Delhi, Delhi University's cutoff will come, and again some media report will come. So is it the meaning of education? CBSE bhi piche nahi hai. So now we have to bring, with the reference of new education's policy, from nursery, early childhood educations to PhD level, again, there is a requirement of redefining the progress card. The progress in their attitude, aptitudes, and ability, showcasing their ability, the positive way, showcasing an individual. Honorable Prime Minister is today interacting with various sports and yoga personality, fitness, the health issue. So all mental well-being to fitness to your right brain approach. how it can be showcased. There is a dire need of research in that area. And based on that, so these are the inputs we are going to give for whom? For the society. So school is going to give for the university, society, university systems is going to give it for the industry. So again, there is a joint consultations is required so that whatever we are going to declare, entire society, industry, government, everybody should be at same trajectory to accept this. No repeated test. So the trust building exercise by means of holistic progress cards, again, would be a challenge for the leadership. So with this, there are many areas. I think Deputy Director from AICT and Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University and Honorable Minister is going to highlight all these issue in a different perspective. My last agenda with respect to new technology, the policy talks about the computational thinking, AI penetrations. So from the side of CBSE, we are closely working with AICT in terms of teachers training, in terms of internship. So they have a strong association with industry, and how the exposure busy for the school student to university and engineering college and polytechnic can be established. That also we have already discussed. Now action plan and road based on the roadmap we are going to cater. Then same for the northeastern state with the help of industry, especially for Arunachal, Sikkim and Tripura, we are going to create two lab in 2 districts for artificial intelligence promotion. So similarly, wherever the university, I am happy that many universities are part of this conclave. So whether it is private university or government university, you have very good infrastructure. And I am confidently sharing many of your infrastructure are underutilized. Somewhere after 5, somewhere after 2. Similarly, it is for the schools. How can we deliver these infrastructure in terms of community service? There are a lot of dropouts. There are a lot of aspirant students who are not able to enter your gate, cross your gate because of your security, because of your other social factor. So socially, how we are connecting those who are protecting your university, our school, what we are doing for them. So can we think of some kind of skill course or some vocational program which policy talks about for new India, for self-reliant India? Overnight nahi hoga. We need to work together. So with that mantra, and especially the meaning of life, meaning of presence need to be felt by every leader. And then only if we will, we can do it. Thank you very much, Chandan and Rahulji, for inviting me and giving me opportunity to talk something. Thank you. Namaskar.
So, yeah, thank you, sir. So, thank you for showing us the right way, the initiatives, what CBSE is doing, and under your leadership, what are the new milestones which you have set, sir. Definitely, on the theme of the event, which we have defined as redefining innovation, skill, and leadership, you enlightened us on the same thing. And you actually set the tone of the event, and the discussion will again follow in the same direction, sir. So let it be a collaboration with the AICT, the kind of initiative which department is doing in the Northeast, and the collaboration opportunities which you definitely told with the government, schools, universities, corporates. So this is, I can definitely, assure you, sir, that ASMA, under this banner of Education Leadership Conclave, has this kind of vision and mission that we are trying to bring the people from across the sectors and domains to have such a wonderful discussion, and thought leaders and mentors like you, you keep on giving us the right direction and guidance to us, sir. Again, thank you so much, Vishwajit sir, for joining us. If time allows, sir, you can please, switch off your video, and I can still attend the kind of more discussion which is happening in this event, because your presence is what everybody must be expecting from your end, sir. And With that thought, thank you so much, Vishwajit sir. So now moving forward to with the next special guest for the day, we have Dr. Neetu Bhagatji. She is the Deputy Director of at AICT, Government of India. It's the apex body in technical and higher education, and she's looking after the skill development, internship, and student induction program. She has completed her MSc and PhD in agriculture with specializations in plant protection from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand. Dr. Bhagat is a member of the Chartered Management Institutes, Orby, Northants, and visited Dudley College, UK as coordinator for study tour of Technical Education Leadership Development Program. She has awarded the Cochrane Fellowship of USDA USA and visited USA for advanced training on food safety and quality management systems. She has worked as academic coordinator and assistant director at CCS, National Institute of Agriculture Marketing. She has undertaken various international and national training, consultancy, and research projects, developed various training modules for the senior and mid-level executives of the state agriculture marketing boards, agriculture and horticulture department, and organized more than 90 plus training for the trainers and farmers awareness program. We are happy and honored to have you, Neetu Bhagat, at this forum. So over to you, Neetu ma'am. Please guide us with the initiatives under your department and under your leadership.
Thank you very much, Chandan, for the detailed introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank Vishwajit sir. He has put all the things in the right perspective. And yes, he has rightly said that there should be an integration of all the government department and initiatives, and a joint and collaborative effort should be done in the right direction. So yes, I'll start with the situation that we all are going through right now. We never expected that we'll be seeing this kind of situation in our life. This pandemic has affected us a lot. It has affected each and every sector, and education is not an exception. But I would like to say here that if we talk about the education, we have been doing so far so good because I feel that we were ready for this situation because we were already trying to promote online education. Government had already recognized so many online courses, so that in this pandemic time, the learning didn't stop. There are NPTEL courses, there are SWAM courses. If we talk about SWAM only, 35,000 courses are available there. And out of these 3,500 courses, 1,100 belong to engineering and technology. There are ARPIT courses, there are NITR courses for teachers, NITTT courses, which are, there are 8 modules developed by AICT. Then we have NEET courses. These are some courses developed by the EdTech companies, and some enthusiastic teachers and some individuals. They have also developed various courses, and lots of reading material is available online. And our institutions have also been able to do good in terms of running the online courses, classes, etc. Except the rural area where, because of internet and other infrastructure, the problem is still there. It's difficult to take education there. Still, government has been very proactive in this, and lots of TV channels have been launched so that learning should not stop there also. So I would say that we have done good in this regard so far. And if we talk about this skilling and what is the importance of skilling for our country, we can see that global aging of the workforce is a major problem which is being faced by most of the developed countries. Automation and mechanization can be a kind of a solution for this, but still they are thinking of changing their immigration policy so that they can have the requisite talent to run the industry and other sectors there. And if we talk about the India, we have this potential to fulfill this demand of global talent need. But the problem that we are facing is regarding employability. If we talk about the employability, if we see the various reports of the industry and industry association, Some will be saying that employability of engineering graduates is only 10 to 20%. Some will say it's even lower. And the truth is that only 5% of the youth belonging to the age group of 20 to 24 years are getting a formal vocational education, while this figure in other industrial countries is 60 to 80%. So we can say there is a long way to go, especially in skilling, and skilling is the only way which can actually tame the young energy India is having into the right direction. So there is a need to improve the skill education in our country. If we talk about the normal psych about the skill education, vocational courses in our country, most of the time, if a student fails to get admission in the engineering because of maybe grades or because of maybe the high fees of higher education institution, in that case, a student opt for the skill education. So the general image of skill education in our country needs overhauling. If you see in other countries, skill education is one of the best education considered in terms of employability, in terms of a kind of payment you get. But in our country, there is a need to overhaul this situation, and skill education has to be at par with the mainstream education. And the major issue is that there is no vertical integration between these two streams, that is skill education and the mainstream education. The kind of credit transfer which is required, kind of harmonization of courses which are being taught is required. This has to be done. And I'm sure the government is already working in the right direction so that skilling gets the right place in our country. Another issue with the skilling is that most of the institutions which are offering the skill education belongs to the government departments, and there is no competitive environment there. If we talk about the engineering colleges, most of the colleges, 75% of the students are getting admission in the private engineering colleges, and there is a competition among them. There is a proper accreditation system, a quality assurance system. So situation is little better there. But still, if we talk about the engineering education, being in AICT, we can say that lots of improvement is required there also, especially if we talk about the quality of the engineering graduates which are coming out of our institution. Still, industry and industry associations are not happy with the quality. They are questioning their practical skills, they are questioning their ethical and moral values, and kind of their attitude towards the society. So these kind of things are coming up, and I will tell you the kind of initiative AICT has taken in this regard. Before that, I would also like to mention here that when a producer is, if we say institutions are producer, they are producing these students, and consumer is the industry who is taking these students after the education. So consumer is not happy with the production, but they are not participating in the production procedure. They are not coming forward, and they are not giving internship opportunities to the students. Right now, if we see, only 40% of the students in engineering colleges, in AICT engineering colleges, are getting internship opportunities. And when these students become teacher, they are not able to give the right perspective to the student, how their knowledge, theoretical knowledge can be used in the industry. So this issue will continue unless our education will join hand with the industry, and there will be an industry academia collaboration. So if we talk about what kind of issues mainly are coming in terms of giving internship to the student, most of the time industry thinks that students who are coming for the internship, they are kind of burdened. They have to train them, and they are not getting the right benefit from the internship. But this is not a right thing. The industry is equally benefited from the internship of students, because these students sometimes brings a new perspective to the problem solving there. So this is one of the benefit, and the most important thing, many industries are spending lots of money and time in training of the new recruits there. If they will be giving internship to their student, they will be getting the trained person and the right person, because in 10 minutes interview, you cannot judge what kind of talent you are requiring, the person is right or not. So internship can give this opportunity to them. And if we talk about the internship benefit to the student, they will be able to take right decision about their career, what kind of career they want to go through, and whether they are into the right path or not. They will get practical exposure, they'll learn leadership skill, communication skills. And if we talk about the benefit of internship to the institution, it is again
is on the mic on the
hello,
mic on.
yeah. So institutions again will also get lots of benefit out of this this arrangement of internship, because their placements will improve, and overall their brand image will improve. They'll get right admissions, because most of the institutions right now are facing issues in admission of the students. So internship is beneficial for all these stakeholders, but still kind of momentum it should get, it has not yet get this. And yes, other than internship, there are other initiatives which AICT is taking to improve the overall, what we call holistic development of the student. Viswajit sir was saying that not only technical knowledge, there should be teamwork, spirit, there should be leadership skills, there should be some inclination toward the society, everything, life skills, everything is required in a student to be employable. And AICT is taking care of all these things to improve the involvement of a student in the society, in the social issues. We have introduced AICT Activity Point Program, which is again a part of internship policy of AICT, where AICT is saying that each and every student should go to the rural area and do some work there. And this is not a credit-based program. Internship is a credit-based program. This is not credit-based, but it is still mandatory to complete the requirement of AICT Activity Point Program to get the degree. Another program which AICT is doing is a student induction program. A student induction program is normally organized at the beginning of the semester when new students are coming. They are coming from lots of pressure. They were preparing for the entrance exam. Maybe they didn't selected. They were not selected in the right the institute of their choice. Now they had lots of pressure of study from their family and maybe from the society. So to make them like open to the college environment, to make them comfortable in the college environment, this student induction program has been introduced. It's a 21 days student induction program. And different modules are included there. The most important module is universal human values, where a student is taught how to live in sync with the environment, in sync with the society, and in sync with themselves. And another thing is, all the youth related issues, for example, they may have different kind of relationship issues. We can see that drugs, etc., these kind of things are increasing, ragging, etc. These are the youth issues which comes in the colleges. All these issues are being tried to be dealt with this induction program, and their energy is being used is diverted in the right direction of their choice. Different cultural activities are being done, and different cells are being created, so a student can be associated with the cell of his own interest, and his energy, his interest of thing will happen there. And this is one of the thing. And we have included courses on humanities and universal human values as mandatory thing in the curriculum, so that a student, when he's coming out of this education, is coming with a wholesome product which is ready to go to any industry, any organization to work. And one more thing that we have done, AICT has done, this is again a very important thing. You can see that most of the time the course curriculum of many institutions are not being updated regularly, and it is not industry aligned. And requirement of industry changes very fast. Every 3 months a month it will change, but your curriculum is not changing regularly. So how would the product will be ready for the market, because you are not teaching them what is required in the market. So AICT has developed a model curriculum where it has been made more industry aligned based on the recommendation of a committee which developed the perspective plan for AICT. They had recommended that there are some emerging areas where AICT should focus. For example, data analytics and IoT, robotics, cyber security. So blockchains. These technologies are being focused by AICT, and they have given right place in the curriculum. The total credit of the curriculum has been reduced so that a student get more time for out of the class activity. And we are also telling all the colleges that they should include 2 industry experts in their academic advisory board, and their curriculum should be revised regularly. And one more thing that we are saying, we are telling all the colleges that you should sign at least 5 MOU with the nearby industries, so that you are into a integration, and the internship opportunities are created. Some research projects, consultancy projects, some center of excellence can be established with the help of industry. And these are the things regarding the curriculum. If we talk about the entrepreneurship and innovation, which has to be inculcated in the colleges, AICT has developed its startup policy. The purpose is to develop an entrepreneurship ecosystem in the institutions. And regarding innovation, AICT has MHRD Innovation Cell. And MHRD Innovation Cell is regularly organizing a Smart India Hackathon since 2017, and it is a 36-hour continuous competition to develop some app-based solution to various problems from industry or government departments, and it has been very successful, and it is known as the world's biggest innovation platform. It is recognized like this, and you can see that India's innovation index is continuously improving since last few years. This year we have come in the top 50. So it's a big achievement, and innovation index is something very important. It has impact on your overall economy. It will, if your innovation index is good, you will be able to start more startups, more manufacturing will happen, exports will increase, imports will decrease. So overall impact of this is very good. So and innovation councils are being established in various institutions, where the various activities to enhance the entrepreneurial activity of a student are happening. So this is all I would like to speak about from AICT. And thank you very much, Anand and Rahul ji, for giving this opportunity to me. And now we would look forward to listen to Madhu madam. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Bhagat ma'am. It is always a pleasure listening you, ma'am. The kind in a very simple language and understandable language, the kind of inputs which you give, the initiatives which is there under AICT is really commendable, ma'am. It is very easy to understand the very small and big initiatives which you are taking. And a very important point which you have said, that there is a gap between the industry and academia. In every seminar, themes, conferences, we have witnessed this. There is a discussion topic on this. But what happens post that? Do we really consider after the event any steps or any measures has been taken to to smaller this gap. So this could be an initiative now onwards, ma'am, as during the COVID, we have witnessed that how technology has, accelerated the acceptance of technology and new age learning. And the departments like the leading departments like CBSE and AICT have shown this as a as an initiator, that as you have initiated the modern age technology, the new age technology under your curriculum, and keep on guiding and taking schools and universities under your confidence. And likewise, we are just following the ways which you are providing us now. Thank you so much for all your inputs over here, ma'am. It was kind and pleasure having you over here. So thank you again. So before inviting Madhu, ma'am, I would ask the host to kindly play a short video of the Chitkara University, please.
Okay. No.
So great. Beautiful video and lovely message this video has shown. The kind of technology, your library, the campus, it is looking so clean, nice. But again, technology has been challenged by technology. So this is again, though we are talking about the same themes and lines, but it is not manually controlled. There is some technical glitch and technology has to be addressed. So with this, Dr. Madhu ma'am, we are actually honored and pleased to have you over here. You are the Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University. She is a teacher at heart who sees education as a mission of life. With vast experience of 42 years, her journey from the maths teacher to a leading educationist is truly inspirational. As one of the few lady vice chancellors, she is a soul of Chitkara campus with more than 15,000 students and 1,000 faculty members as a co-founder. She has more than 25 accolades in her credit form of awards, the state and central government level. She has received the Lifetime Achievement Gold Medal Award winner in 2004, and she was adjudged as the winner of Women Entrepreneur Award in South Asia. For her endeavors, Dr. Madhu Chitkara has been felicitated with many prestigious awards such as State Awards for Teacher, International Achievers Award, Women in Education Awards by Economic Times, Visionary Entrepreneur Awards, and so many. Her case study on entrepreneurship is published by Washington School of Business in 2013, and she was adjudged as the winner of Women Entrepreneur Award in South Asia. We are honored and pleased, Madhu ma'am, to have you here. So we would like to hear more about your organizations and your initiative. Madhu ma'am.
Thank you, Tandan, for giving me this opportunity. And I think I am audible to all of you. It's that today you have touched upon a very beautiful topic, which is the redefining innovation, skill and leadership in the new normal. And I think this is a good platform where this is one platform where industry, academia like us, and the regulatory body like AICT, like CBSE. So all the three are together. So I think it's a great brainstorming session where we all can talk about the common points, which is the innovation, the skill, and the leadership. And if well said by Dr. Shahs that he was talking about that 90% of our infrastructure in the evenings are unutilized. So what we are doing, it's a great question to all the academicians. I think this is, I will, during my lecture, I will be able to answer that what small things we are doing it. And well said by Dr. Neetu that she was saying that 35,000 plus Swayam courses are available on and I think we are very thankful to AICT for giving this opportunity to all our professors, those who can be part of these MOOCs programs, and they are benefited, and best benefit to them were during these lockdown sessions. So Dr. Neetu, I think 90, I can say 100% of our teachers were benefited by those programs and they got the certification. And I think it's a good opportunity given by you to us, to the academia, for taking this opportunity. Now coming to the topic and coming to today's discussion, if I talk about first the innovation. So we can say that if whatever we are doing innovation, it should be with a purpose. Innovation should not be for innovating something new, but it should be for the betterment. So it is never that you have to innovate something new to show to the society that this is new in the market. No, there should be some requirement for that of doing it. So what at Chitkara we do, we identify a real problem. And for that, we have ethics program, we talk to the society, and we have given so many patents also, keeping in mind the problems faced by the nearby villages of our place, and just giving them the solutions. And try to solve which is really deployable, which is really scalable, and which is really feasible. So our innovation mantra is that whatever solution we are giving to a problem, it should always be deployable, scalable, and feasible. And if you want to talk about that, how the innovation is to be done, if you see all the verticals of education are the process, the pedagogical vertical, the thought process, then structural process, then teaching learning processes. So I will be talking about the innovation at all the stages. The first is the process innovation. So how we did the innovation in the processes. I will give you one example only because we have not so much of time. Reason being that the national education policy is saying that now you have to hand over the school system and you have to hand over their systems also, because it becomes the responsibility of higher education institutes to talk to the school education. But for the last, I think 7 to 8 years, we already started with the Tech 8 program. It is a Tech 8 curriculum where we talk about the technology, and this is keeping in mind the school's requirements. So we are talking to the schools that how to bridge the gap. That should be a gateway to the higher education. The school's education should be a gateway to the higher education, and how that bridge is to be covered. So for that, we try to use a Tech 8 curriculum where school education was in the coding process. And we started coding very early, and it started from after 6th class. And they were started making the projects, and they were participating in the innovation competitions. They were participating in the startup systems, and they were getting the funding also. So that was the first innovation which we started in the processes. One example only. The second, if I talk about the pedagogical innovation, how we started with it, in the new normal or in the lockdown, during lockdown, blended learning was the need of the hour. And it was a new model. Virtual labs were required. And luckily we started very early for the virtual labs. And so we were very comfortable during lockdown because pedagogical innovation were already, and if you talk about the augmented reality, now it is the need of the hour, and in new normal, it will always be the blended learning will be working, the augmented reality will be working. And if you see about the team teaching, so how this concept is giving us the fruits. Reason being that you can't be perfect in as a teacher. If I am a mathematics teacher, I can't be good in all the concepts of mathematics. Maybe I need the help of somebody. So what we have done is that if I'm good in one concept, I will be taking care of that with all the students, and the other will be taking care of the other concept. So this team teaching is working, and it will work for all the organizations if they try doing it. The third part is, which I was talking about, the thought innovation. Now, what is the example of it? Now, thought innovation is that how to use the data analytics. Now, every organization is having their MIS systems, management information systems. Now, how to analyze those impacts, that where we can give the feedback for positive reforms, and how we can use that MIS system to make the systems more effective, more effective to the students, more effective to the stakeholders. So I think for that purpose, we have started working on the thought innovation. The next is the structural innovation, which is that if you talk about the infrastructure and structurally how we are doing it. So we are decentralizing and amalgamating the culture into the corporate. So corporate culture is coming into our education culture. So in that way, the structural innovation is used. And if you see the learning spaces innovation, you have seen in our video also that we have explore hubs, which is innovation centers, incubation centers, where they can sit, they can talk, they can create their own ideas, and they will be getting the funding also in some way or the other. Then we have a think tank where all the ideas are coming up, all the good people are talking about it, and then coming up with a new idea where it will be giving the fruit in doing some patent, and that is fruitful for the society. So I think this way, using the incubation centers, using our hackathons, even the food courts also. So we have built our food courts where there are the corners, there are international corners where they can take their coffee, tea, and then along with it, they can discuss about their ideas. So it are very informal spaces where, because it is required to be socially connected to each other. And here only, I will tell you that which Dr. Shah was saying, that he said that why we are not using the infrastructure in the evenings in the universities and the colleges. But what we are doing is that nearby 5 villages we have adopted. We are taking care of them, and we are calling them to come to the campuses in the evenings. So we have football match with them. The rural students are there. They are coming to our workshops. Our instructors are giving them the skills where, now, for example, we have very beautiful, in Asia's one of the biggest and the best plumbing lab. So they are coming to understand the plumbings of that, how to work on the plumbing skill. So in that way, this is innovation which we are trying to do is, and there are the maker spaces. We have given the names as pupa, larva, and these maker spaces are working in the evenings, where the students, after their regular university hours, if they want to work anything in the joint collaboration with other students or other programs, so they are working with it. Now, this was all about the innovation which in Chitkara University we are trying to do the best, and we're trying to collaborate with the industry, as well said by Dr. Neetu, that there is a time to collaborate with the three verticals of education, which is the society, the stakeholders is the industry. If we are able to understand their requirement, then it is very easy for the educationists to groom our students according to the need of the society and according to their upliftment. The second point I will touch upon, because I will not touch upon the skill, reason being that Dr. Neetu has talked in detail about the AICT policies, how the skill is popularized in our educational institutes. But at Chitkara, if I talk about my leadership style or our leadership style, so our leadership is leading from front or leading by example. But normally we say that leadership is leading from front or giving by example. But what at Chitkara we are doing, that we have added a new stand, that leadership through collaboration. So we collaborate to prepare our new leaders. So how we collaborate? We give our leader is given a task for preparing at least one more leader, just like the clone of him, or better than him. It becomes a responsibility of every leader to develop a leader in a year. And for that, the activities are that we do regular leadership summit. We go out for 2-3 days. All the leaders are talking about that how to groom their coming leaders and would-be leaders, and how the building team spirit activities are to be there, how we have to take the interdisciplinary projects. It is need of the hour. New educational policy also states that it is not only that you have to work only in your domain, but you have to work interdisciplinary. And one example here I want to give you is that our hospitality department worked closely with the nanotechnology department, and they come up with an energy bar, which was some part of nanotechnology, some concepts were there, and using that there was an energy bar, and that they got they have trademarked it and they are using it in the market. So I think this is when this type of leadership is happening in our campus. So very different type of leaders are developed, and they will be thinking innovatively, and they will try to delegate. Normally leaders are not delegating the powers, and it is centralized to one person only. So it is not a good idea of doing it, because if you have seen new norm, this pandemic situation, and when we will be going into the new normal, so then we need not only one leader, we need many leaders to see the different verticals of our education, and we have to be out of our comfort zone. If we will work coming out of our comfort zone, then only we will be able to develop a system which is good for a new normal and according to national education policy. And everything should be outcome driven. You want to do anything. Now, for example, we are doing any co-curricular activities. We are sitting in a theater. We are in a canteen. So whatever they are learning, after discussing with their fellow students, what is the outcome of it? So every activity should be outcome driven, and that is very important. So I think not touching the skill part, other speakers are also there. Already 2 o'clock is there, so 1 to 2. Chandanji, I think session was. So I'm very thankful to Chandan for giving me this opportunity, and listening to Dr. Shah and Dr. Neetu. It was a treat for all of us, and I think I have come up to your level, your expectation. And thank you, ASMA, for giving Chitkara University this opportunity to be part of your program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madhu ma'am. In fact, it is our honor. We are privileged to have you over here. Such a rich experience in education, and many people like us, they eye you as an ideal. If they want to pursue their their career growth, they definitely learn, and we are learning from the leading institutes, the prestigious institutes like yours, ma'am. So thank you so much for enlightening us, showing us the right way, and seeing you happy many a times. Your smiling face keeps us motivated now.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. That's a compliment I would like to give to you.
I started my education journey from 76, so it is already 44 years. So I have learned so much from people like you. I always learn from young people because they give us so much technology, which we are not good at. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So it's a networking platform. We are learning from each other. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. And we are happy to see, we can see 200 people live right now also here. So without wasting much time, let me invite our next speaker for the corporate address. She is Miss Avanthika Musipatla. She is the customer success head from FinanceSpeed. We are happy to announce that FinanceSpeed is also a partner in our initiative of Education Leadership Conclave. They are the associate partner. So may I please invite Miss Avanthika for the address?
Thank you, Mr. Chandan.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, I really thank you for giving me this opportunity today on this platform to introduce about my company. To tell you very briefly, we are Mumbai-based finance company, and we are Google incubated, and also we are listed into Forbes. And we actually provide fee financing to schools and educational institutions. So our vision is to secure holistic education globally. That's our vision. And our services are, we are into fee financing, like I already said, and we also have content learning platform, and we're also into lending. So that's basically about our products and services in brief. I'd like to share my screen so that I can take you through a small presentation. Yeah, could you please confirm if you can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. You need to keep
great.
it in a full screen format.
You can go to the page view option.
Yeah, right.
No, the first one is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So what really happening these days, especially during pandemic, is that for most of the educational institutions, there is cash burn, and there is no really sort of cash inflow from parents. I mean, they're struggling to get their fees collected, and there is no revenue to pay to the management as well. This is like a catch-22 problem for educational institutions right now. So because of this, they're not able to give quality education to the students. Even the faculty or the management is not being properly addressed, and sort of there is a mismatch between the school's vision, and also a lot of students find their quality education being disturbed. That's where we come into the place. And what we offer is that we offer uh, fee financing loans to parents, and that this is completely no cost EMI, no processing fee, nothing. So it is just their fees, which will be paid in easy monthly installments. What school receives is that today, if a parent pays their first EMI with us, their fees with us, we will directly transfer the entire fees to the school, and they get the whole fees upfront. So by doing this, we are giving a benefit to the school to receive the entire fees upfront, and even parents are having a less burden to pay their fees in installments. That is again with no cost and no EMI. They can spend their revenue. The school can again distribute the revenue in different platforms. Like for example, as you can see here, they can spend it on the digital learning content right now, which is of a lot of use. Online learning is what is happening everywhere, and they can even spend it on their infrastructure. They readily have cash which can be utilized everywhere and anywhere. So yeah, so that's our solution. You FinancePeer pays fees to the school today on behalf of the parents. They'll receive the entire amount. FinancePeer, we collect it from the parents, that too in zero cost and zero EMI, nothing. we are not even going to guarantee, we're not even going to take guarantee from the school that the parents will receive. It's completely our responsibility once they are tied up with us. We are not taking any sort of security collaterals. Instead, we are providing few benefits, like they're going to get insurance from us subjected to a few terms and conditions. We're going to cover all the payments, and we can also see an increase in admissions here, since we are facilitating to parents requirements, and there is also a reduction in dropouts. Apart from this, we are also into content sharing platform, like I said. Nowadays, everything is digital. We all know it. Online learning is the way to go to the future. So we have also introduced few platforms where students can learn easy modules online with the help of Finance Peer ED. So everything is in one place. They just need to download an app, and they can start accessing their online content, learning content. They can even access their uh, uh, school fee financing page, everything in one place. Just have to download the app. So that being said, we've established in 2017, and till now, we've tied up with almost 1450 educational institutes, and we've got almost 4 lakh plus students on board with us, and we've almost covered around 40 plus cities and growing. We have some of our top schools and educational institutions tied up with us, as you can see here on my page, and we're just growing our portfolio right now. Uh, so that's about it. Here are quick contact details. You can reach out to us on financepeer.com, or you can call us. We are available almost on all platforms. I would also like you to take through one of our short ad which we have recently. Yeah.
Yes, Avantika. You're over. Is it done? Am I audible, Avantika?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your presentation is over.
Yes. Could you not see my screen? I think I was sharing a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw that. The contact
Okay,
details,
yeah.
we saw that.
Yes. So that's about Finance Peer in a nutshell. Yes.
So great, Avantika. Thank you so much, and even we thank Finance Peer for supporting us in this mission and the vision which we are going ahead with this. So technology companies and the corporates like you is actually showing the right, pathway, and somewhere we can look for the collaboration opportunities, the networking opportunities with the leading institutes of higher education and school education who are looking in terms of any financial association. So here we have Finance Peer with us. We can reach them anytime. We are the connecting points with them. So and thank you so much for a lovely
Absolutely.
presentation, Avantika. I would
Thank you so much.
again like to invite you to join the same panel we have. So going ahead with now, we have the first panel for the day on higher education. Let me invite Professor Ujjwal Kumar Chaudhary ji. He is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of ASMA University, Kolkata. He would be the session moderator. I welcome you in today's panel, Ujjwal sir. Then joining him are the eminent speakers, eminent panelists, starting from Dr. D.N. Rao. He is the president of Vijnana Jyoti Society from Hyderabad. Professor Prem Vatraji, he is the chairman, board of governors, IITs, Dhanbad. Pro-Chancellor, Professor of Eminence and Chief Mentor, the North Cap University, Gurugram. Dr. D.N.S. Kumar, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Sushant University. Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta ji, he is the Pro-Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University. Dr. R.S. Bawa, Pro-Chancellor, Chandigarh University. And Avantika, the Customer Success Head from Finance Peer. This panel is going to speak on the virtual experience synchronization, innovative pedagogy for the fast-forward future. So over to you, Ujjwal sir. Please lead this panel.
Allow my video, please.
The video is not allowed.
Host, can we request you to please give the access to the videos of the panelists?
So you can switch on the video.
No, it is not. Now it's come. Now it's come. Thank you. Thank you, Chandanji. I was listening to the last panel and it was quite interesting to know some of the practices, some of the innovations that have been just now mentioned. And Dr. Vishwajit Saha is an old friend. We have been there in many programs. It's good to listen to him as well. This particular session focuses on virtual experience synchronization. Sounds very heavy, right? Find the fault with Chandan and Rahul for that. They have given a heavy title. The second part is interesting. Innovative pedagogy for a fast forward future. Now I can understand a bit. So we are talking about innovative pedagogy. What should be done in the new normal to make education go fast forward? Yes, there have been many challenges of education and of life in general during this period. But having said that, for sure, there has been a lot of benefits as well as we go ahead. Can we have the screen of, I don't understand, there is a name on the screen, just saw. Can we have the panel rather than this sort of
screen? So we request all the panelists to kindly switch on their videos so that we are able to see the panelists for this session.
But you can, at any point of time, you can focus on the speaker as such, then the screen cannot be just a name or something like that. Okay, we go ahead with the discussion. You manage the technology. The focus now is that there would not be a return to January 2020 situation ever again. In many ways, and education is surely one of those many ways. Education has forever ahead has come to stay blended. To what extent will it be blended will depend on how many days regular physical classes continue and what are the individual skill set and resources of institutions to make it truly blended. Having said that, there are certain challenges therein. I must begin by mentioning and reminding everyone, 283 million students are there from school to university at this point of time in India, according to government statistics, which is above 28 crores out of the 135 crores. And these are formal education, those who are in formal education from class 5 onwards till graduation. Out of this, there are reports which say that only 28%, which is around maybe 8 crores, are actually in digital education. So those who are listening to this program, those who are the students of the universities who are represented here, are among those lucky 28% youngsters, because more or less 100% of our students are getting online education. There is 21% of the population, student population, which may be around 6.5 crores, who are having some access in the form of, whether it's in the form of what I call WhatsApp or Facebook or something. They have some access, but they do not have access of regular online education. And the remaining 51%, mind you, it's almost 15 crores, have no access to any form of education whatsoever in the last 170, 80 days. This is reality of the life. We might debate on things to do better, but that betterment is touching only 28% and maybe a fraction of the remaining other 21%. But this 51% depends on digital connectivity. जिस तरह से शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोटी कपड़ा और मकान, for any dignified life, these 5 things are important elements of dignified life. Similarly, digital access, digital connectivity has come to be the 6th one. Keeping this in mind, we need digital connectivity, and for that the government, the private sector and the civil society all have to come together. I'm not taking time to speak on that. I've recently written in a newspaper on how to bridge the digital divide. Yes, many of us have started taking steps, but much more is required. Having told that, those of our students who are already on the digital platform and will be on blended platform going ahead, just now UGC has said yesterday that from November 1 we can start our classes. Hopefully we can, and there should not be a surge of the cases anymore. If that's the case, even then it will be blended education going ahead. And this blended education has to be really innovative to make education fast forward. And how can we do that? How can we make education fast forward? How can you bridge the digital divide? How can we bring an effective blended education and not just open source material and lecturing online? How can we make it go beyond that? These are the things that we'll discuss today. Due to lack of time, I will not spend any more time on introductory comments. One of our panelists and Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University, Madhya Pradesh, Sri Abhishek Mohan Gupta ji, has to leave a bit early. He has requested the organizers to allow to have him first. So I have the pleasure of inviting. This is a very beautiful university. I've gone there once when my friend Manish Verma was there. I'd gone there once and had a lecture also, and also had a lunch there. So I request Abhishek Mohan ji to speak first. After all, नमक का हिसाब बड़ा important होता है. So मैं आप ही को पहले अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप पहले अपनी बात रखें, फिर हम लोग बाकी आगे चर्चा जारी रखेंगे. अभिषेक जी, please.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary and ASMA for having Jagran Lake City University for this Education Leadership Conclave. I think as Professor Chaudhary was saying that things have just really changed, and it might not just go back to what we were pre-COVID times. जैसे I think AC और BC होता था वो pre-COVID post-COVID हो गया है. So pre-COVID times is difficult to reach. Although I must really appreciate, especially for the higher education segment, they have been a little more clearer than what school education has been in giving clear guideline what is to be done, how it has to be done. So hoping things remain normal and become normal or less bad, and we can we are ready to open it up. But obviously blended learning, one thing which this COVID has taught us, that blended learning is acceptable. I think for technology, most of the time it is always one big push which is required. And I think this COVID has given that one very big push where the acceptance of technology in learning has been taken care of. And I think that now people are mentally prepared as well, that fine, I mean, technology is there, online home learning can happen. So I think the world has changed very quickly in last 5 to 6 months. We really need to now focus on the delivery of things, because blended learning or online learning has a very different challenge than a classroom delivery format. I think with this online opportunity, and even when we start, now the faculty has an opportunity to become more facilitators than focus only on delivery. So now with this blended learning, I think what we have tried to do in our university, luckily we are starting our classes as per the Unlock 4 with limited numbers from next Monday, where the labs and everything is required. So what we have done is that we have given the basic instructions being done online, and then more interaction and more discussion are happening in the classroom. And I think that is the way ahead for a long time to come. And it will give the faculty that much more space to innovate, to be the facilitators for our students. And I think with this blended mode, we will be able to even change the way our pedagogy is delivered. We can become more student centric. I think it is now possible when students do their bit of background reading when they are at their home and come and discuss examples and case studies in the classes. The faculty will be able to focus more on skill delivery than just delivering of knowledge, which is, I think, very important in the times to come, because as we are moving ahead, we are focusing more on skills than rather than just degrees. So I think higher education is is going to go through a big change, and all our faculty members and the institution have to really put their thinking cap now and see how we can really blend things, make it multidisciplinary, because with blending, the opportunity of getting multidisciplinary also comes in, where you don't have these issues of timetabling and those kind of operational issues happening. So I think it's exciting time. It's a time for a little bit more of experiment happening, and I think let's all embrace the change which is going to be there for years to come now, and be prepared and focus on a lot of training for our faculty members, especially because it's going to be a massive change where suddenly not only the students who are scrutinizing you on the screen, but their parents and the peers at home are also looking at you and seeing what is exactly the faculty member is delivering. So a big part on technology is going to play a very huge part with smooth LMS, your virtual labs coming into picture. So things are going to go for a change. Let's all embrace it and accept it as it comes. I think that's what my statement would be.
Very well said. Let's embrace the change. One, we don't have a choice. And second, it's a better choice. Yes. The change is better. It's for the better. And yes, that's very well said. And I really appreciate this point that the teachers have to be trained a lot. Because it's not by the old degrees that we have earned 40 years, 30 years, 20 years ago that we can maneuver and negotiate in the new normal. Because the class, first of all, please understand, when a student comes in the classroom, he enters the university campus, there is some sort of sanity and calmness that comes within the child. Comes inside the class, there's a teacher, there are 40 other physically present. So the entire environment calms him and brings him to some sort of discipline. But now in digital classroom, he's listening to the lecture from the private space of his home. And there is chaos at home. There are sometimes less number of rooms. There is no privacy many a time. And there could be anything. They could just switch off the audio and the video and may not be around. So engaging the learner is the biggest challenge today. Engaging the learner was a challenge always. Attendance was falling in most of universities. But however, whenever they were in the class, they were attentive largely. Today, even inside the class, whether they're attentive or not online, nobody knows. So the entire content has to change. Flipped classroom is the order of the day. But we'll talk on that going further. Let me now invite the next speaker, Dr. D.N. Rao, Vigyan Jyoti Society, the president of that. In Vigyan Jyoti Society, Dr. Rao is a very leading educationist. Can I ask the host to bring Dr. Rao's introduction on screen? Yes, Dr. Rao there. Dr. D.N. Rao, president of Vigyan Jyoti Society, Hyderabad, is an edupreneur. And he is also an industrialist. Can I request Dr. Rao to speak next?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you, ASMA, for again inviting me again for the nth time. It's very surprising. A year ago, almost, in a similar meeting, we were asked a question. What is it that hasn't changed for the last 1 century in India, or probably generally abroad? All of us were a little bit surprised, but it turned out to be, it is the education that hasn't changed for the last 1 century. It's the same school, blackboard, teacher teaching, student pretending as if he's listening and understanding, etc. That's what was the scene mostly till last year. And this year, today, like you were mentioning, that we have to actually refer the dictionary to find out what does this mean. Virtual experience synchronization. Virtual experience synchronization. Yeah, there are many gadgets that are going around, but it hasn't become all that popular as on today. And then you also titled it as an innovative pedagogy for a fast-forward future. It's very nice. It also, I think, probably as just as an example, I want to mention, I think the change is going to happen in a multiple times than what we have seen before. I have seen the change happening physically at the education institutions. Correspondingly, in the industry also, change is happening at an accelerated pace. Work from home has become a normal almost. And not only that, the product designs. For example, you take an electrical vehicle, EV. People were planning for 2035. Today, come COVID, come the improvement in environment. People are talking about doing it in 2025, 10 years ahead of the schedule. Similarly, in the education domain, so many things are happening. What should have happened about 10 years from now is happening now. And the most important thing is what a flexible population that we have, adaptive. The teachers, the students, the managements, within 6 months, they have adapted so well to these new technologies. It's mind-boggling. I think it's in the blood of Indians. Now, coming back to the new pedagogies, at Vijnana Jyoti, almost 10 years ago, what we're talking about, the immersive experience through virtual experiences, how do we create it in a classroom? Was the topic that we discussed. And in fact, we have coined a few words, and one of the first words that we have coined is presencing. Presencing means to be present, sense, experience, and extrapolate. These are the 4 phases of education. To be present in the class, now virtually, to sense it, what we are talking, more important, to experience it, and the last one is to extrapolate it. This is what education is for at Vijnana Jyoti. And in fact, we are going a step further and coined this word presencing and created a course called Presencing and Design Thinking in a first year, first term course. Design thinking brings in an additional dimension of empathy along with the other 4 terms. And we find that the students are really excited about it. Design thinking in the first year with the concept of presencing has done wonders for us. And very last year, we have brought in another term called vertical literacy. Most of our literacy is horizontal learning. We learn. For what? We do not know. So we brought in another term known as vertical literacy. Along with it, some of the courses that are known as now as CSC and artificial intelligence, CSC and data analytics, instrumentation engineering with Internet of Things. So you have a learning at the horizontally and you have a learning vertically. So we call it as vertical literacy. I think this is how most of our courses are structured at Vijnana Jyoti. And I have 2 or 3 other points which I want to share with you. As I said, I think the change that has happened in the last 6 months or 7 months is what we call the Industry 4 technologies are almost imposing onto the or coming into the institutions. Artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, all these things are coming into the industry. And especially about COVID, at Vijnana Jyoti, we have utilized this time as a thinking process. And in fact, we have come out with a manual known as Post-Lockdown Restart Manual, Framework for Prevention and Mitigation of COVID-19. The importance of this one is, our aim of doing this one is, how do you use this restart so that when the lockdown ends, you're at a higher potential than what you were before. This is an opportunity where you have to take the institution to a greater potential, and when you restart, you restart with a greater glory and greater vision, etc. In fact, this restart manual, which we used extensively the philosophy of our Prime Minister of Saptapadi, of restarting, okay, that he coined the word in, I think on 11th of March, for containing and mitigating the COVID-19. We have used extensively of that one, the philosophy of that. And then coming back to what it is going to happen is education and other basic things for citizens, they are going to take a big change. We have seen everywhere how the medical facilities are inadequate, how educational facilities, including the bandwidth, is inadequate, etc., etc. We found a lot of gaps in the basic necessities of the citizens. And this, when you restart, when we go ahead as far as the education is concerned, I think there is going to be a tremendous, tremendous change. As far as Vijnana Jyoti is concerned, this brought in new terms into our magazines. Now our slogans are society and happiness first, even before GDP and growth. The second maxim is share and care. The third maxim is, and the most important thing, the maxim is, we have forgotten our ancient wisdom. Our third maxim is, bring forward the ancient wisdom. With the result, we are doing even the simple things like following the Saptapadi program and combining this ancient wisdom. We have actually installed Ayush counters. Instead of coffee days, we have Ayush counters now in our campuses. Okay. With this, we see, we feel, and we are reacting and proacting for the change in the education system. And it's so nice that I could share with you. And thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you. That reset concept and the compassion concept was very, very good. In fact, one of the key things that we also tell on our campus, I mean, we all know that passion is required, but not just passion, but compassion. That's the new slogan post-COVID. Passion was required always. To do anything, one has to be passionate. But now moving ahead, not just passion, but compassion is the focus area. Pro-sensing, very beautiful idea, pro-sensing that has been told. I was remembering that how some of my students who are in the border of Bengal and Bangladesh, who did not have connectivity during this time and did not have vehicles to move because it was lockdown, used cycles to go miles to areas where they can access the study materials online. There is one teacher, Subratapati, who made with old umbrellas, he made a wooden plank, he made a small sitting space above a tree top, 6 miles away from his home in interior of Bankura district, a very rural district, to create a platform from where he could connect to his students. Because there can be a lockdown because of physical challenges and the disease challenge, but there cannot be a lockdown of learning. Yes, to all the teachers here who are present, while doctors and many of our relatives, cousins, friends are doctors and doing fabulous work, while doctors were saving the world, you and me and people like us in teaching community, the teachers were shaping the world. And we will continue to do that in spite of all the challenges that might be coming. We need to be flexible and adaptive. That's a great perspective that is being brought. Crisis into opportunity. I think that's the leading suggestion that has come. Yes, this crisis has made us smarter. We are getting into digital transformation. We are creating our own MOOCs, for example, our own study materials, proprietary learning resources. We use Swayam, yes, very good. We also use many other large open sources, massive open learning resources. But there is also a tendency and the new strategy that has come in many universities, we have also started here, that we are creating our own proprietary learning resources, virtual labs and all. So that's also significant going ahead. This would not have been quickened unless this situation would have come. I invite the next speaker, a very towering academician of India, Professor Prem Vrat, the Pro-Chancellor and Chief Mentor of the North Cap University, Gurugram. I had the opportunity to participate in another session with him. So it's a great opportunity to once again have him and listen to him in this program. So Professor Prem Vrat, please, for your initial comments. We have 4 more speakers to go and we'll take questions. So we'll request everyone to be brief so that we can take. Yes.
Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary.
Yes.
Actually, my predicament is only that there are 4 speakers and there are 40 minutes available remaining out of the time slot. Now, I would like to make maybe things which have not been said. My only wish is that this new normal should not be COVID. I mean, we have been talking too much about new normal. To me, COVID is not a new normal. It's a transient bad dream, and hopefully it will pass on soon. But the new normal is the new education policy that has come in. Because now our future educational processes must be governed by the kind of policy document that the nation has given to itself. And therefore, to me, the new normal would be the new education policy in which technology has a place. As you will see that in the new education policy, about 40% of the total classes can be online, can be through virtual mode. And this to me is a new normal under the new education policy, maybe triggered by the corona. And therefore, as a result, to me, despite technology, the teacher's role would always remain center stage. I can never imagine a society in which all the technologies would replace a teacher. And therefore, to me, 4 important pillars of excellence for which a university must stand for are the faculty, funding, flexibility, and freedom. If you are able to create that environment of faculty, funding, flexibility, and freedom the new education policy gives us. Funding, perhaps it has not been very specific, but hopefully it should be spelled out. But the faculty remains a center stage, and to me, a major change would have to be by retraining the faculty. Unfortunately, the faculty, although the most important component in the system, but turns out to be the weakest element in the entire education chain. And therefore, a major focus on faculty retraining, making faculty very user-friendly in terms of technology. But imagine that this technology will not replace him, and therefore for that the role of faculty would have to be relearned as co-learners between student and faculty. To me, the distinction between student and faculty would vanish. Both of them are co-learners in the process, and the technology can be actually enabler in creating a greater degree of customer experience or the student experience. To me, student is many times is seen as a customer. To me, student might be our customer, but it's also a product. And therefore, the teacher and student co-learning together with the help of technology, and this will redefine the role of teacher. The role of teacher would be, as I seen, I have worked in my entire life in IT system, involve, inspire, and transform. Not simply inform, involve. And therefore, the kind of pedagogy that you need to create would be give real life problems, real life challenges, so that rote learning would vanish. Give them challenging tasks, focus more on project-based learning, and create in fact, a flipped classroom. And the blended learning, in fact, is going to be the major factor in this whole process, because they are going to be enablers. And therefore, flipped classroom might be the kind of pedagogical change that would have to be brought in, which indeed, as I mentioned, not only teacher, the students would have to also be focused, because our students are not used to be studying at home and doing the reading the lecture beforehand, framing of questions and coming prepared for the discussion in the classroom. So while flipped classrooms is a great idea, but both teachers and students would have to reorient themselves to create that environment where flipped classrooms become very effective and blended learning becomes the order of the day. To me, there's no choice but to have blended learning, because with 40% online learning, it's now possible for any university or any institution, even in remote villages, to get in the best possible faculty resources available from wherever, and have the students who may be belonging to the maybe not so privileged class would have access to such outstanding teachers. Because to me, a teacher is the most important component of educational process, and no amount of technology would be able to replace him or her. And therefore, as a result, what we need to do, focus on teacher reorientation, including, and for that, particularly, the teachers have to be empowered people. And since about 80% of our education in higher education and technical education in private hands, the teachers must be coming out free from fear of the unknown, fear from whatever. And innovation cannot flourish under the environment of fear, uncertainty about the job, about things. And therefore, and this is a job of the institution builders to create that environment where this kind of situation flourishes. And with that, the focus of virtualization, synchronization is I mean, I first thought it's a very difficult term, but to what I make out of this, virtualization synchronized with reality. And therefore, virtualization must synchronize with reality. Artificial reality cannot replace real reality. Artificial intelligence cannot replace real intelligence, but synchronize the two. The technology becomes enabler to enrich the real. And that's what I could understand from this. And therefore, to me, the major guiding principle would be the NEP, which means education has to be holistic, flexible, innovative, modular, integrated, inclusive, multidisciplinarity, teacher focused, but student centric. And therefore, this is where the flexibility would be. The challenges now to the universities would be, since a student can take credit from anywhere and transfer it anywhere else, we have to remain competitive and create a great student experience so that they come to us. And I'm sure that with this, it can create the so-called design thinking. To me, it's a new term, but to me, as a value engineering, I mean, if design thinking creates a first thing, design your thoughts before you can design the products and systems, and therefore create a creative environment, which in fact in classical value engineering that we were teaching, which we know called design thinking. So design thinking is a way of addressing problems, creating designs, process and systems systematically with creative ideas and solution. The focus should not be in problem solving, but problem finding. And there's so many problems the society has, but we do not encourage our students to find them and apply their mind to solve those problems to society. And therefore, new education policy, the new norm should be bring education closer to ground reality, and so that the focus on rote learning vanishes.
Thank you.
And so that this will take care. But to me, new normal would not be COVID.
Thank you.
COVID.
Thank you. The focus on the teacher brought forth very strongly. Thank you very much. That is the central message of Dr. Prem Bharatji, that the focus has to be the faculty member. I would like to say that teacher and student word should be replaced by mentor and learner. A teacher teaches in the classroom. A mentor teaches within and beyond the classroom. A teacher teaches with a structured syllabus. A mentor begins with a structured syllabus, goes into organic syllabus. A teacher's focus is to finish the syllabus and prepare for the exams. A mentor's focus is to prepare the learner for lifetime. And there are many other benefits. The teacher is a sage on the stage. Mentor is an aggregator of knowledge. A teacher basically is focused on teaching based on his or her knowledge. A mentor inspires, motivates, as you have rightly said. Thank you for those points. And particularly in the context of the innovative pedagogy in this new normal, in the context of the new education policy and the COVID-inflicted situation, which might be temporary, but it has brought in good elements. I'd like to say that there are 4 things that we have to now look at, particularly in online learning. First is the content creation, because giving a lecture is not enough anymore. So content creation, then content delivery, and learners' engagement, third point. because learner has to be engaged very interestingly. It is not enough because earlier learners used to come in the classroom. They are now at homes. And finally, learners assessment, because examination system will also change, is already changing in the new situation or in the new normal. I invite the next speaker, Dr. DNS Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sushant University. Dr. DNS Kumar, please come and kindly give your perspective on the issue that has been taken up. Dr. DNS Kumar, please.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. At the very outset, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And my job is made simpler and easy as Professor Prem Rath and Dr. Rao spoke so nicely and so insightful. When I take this topic, I remember the speech by the then Vice Chairman of Planning Commission, Dr. Mountek Singh Ahluwalia, when he was talking at the Calcutta Chamber of Commerce. He had made a point. If you want to develop the economy, you have to address three things. One is education, second one is health, and third one is infrastructure. During the last 6+ years, we are able to see some change in the infrastructure development. But unfortunately, again, we had neglected education and health. And this COVID has given the opportunity, rather it has made it compulsory for all of us to address the health sector and economy. Now, when we talk about virtualization, there are some good changes which have happened, but still the changes need to be much more. When Professor Chaudhary, in his introductory remark, he was making 51% of the students still are not having access to the net or the online, the platform. Is it possible then to take this online or virtualization across the country is a big question mark to us. Of course, the government is thinking about BharatNet, but we have to wait and see when this BharatNet is going to come. When we all are delighted about this online education, blended education, it is for we few that we have made a mark. But education sector is not we just few. Spread across the country with 40,000 plus institutions, 900 universities, standalone institutions and all. If you look into the scenario in some of the educational institutions, still they are in the offline mode of thinking. They have no infrastructure. So that is the scenario. But at the same time, I would like to tell you with our experience at Sushant University, few good changes have happened. And one of the change that I would see, the COVID has improved or honed the skills, capabilities, and attitudes of all the stakeholders. COVID has made the teachers and students to put more effort, and for which all the time we used to struggle. During the offline mode or pre-COVID, I have to be very frank. What we used to do, we used to prepare for the lecture and we used to go and deliver the lecture. But today, the resources which are available to the professors, to the students, are multi-fold resources. Therefore, the students are getting an opportunity and teachers are getting an opportunity. Rather, I would put this way, both the stakeholders have been made to put enough effort to hone the skill, capabilities, and attitudes. It has not become student-centric. I would say it has become teacher-led education, wherein students are coming with multiple resources, multiple information, multiple knowledges, and teacher has to facilitate in addressing the issues and problems. It also was a Herculean task. I hope some of my panelists and people who are attending also agree with me. It used to be a Herculean task to train the teachers. But COVID has not left any opportunity to say no. You have to get trained yourself. At the same time, another scenario which always used to emerge and which we used to notice, and it is to take a lot of the effort to address that was There was a gap between the junior people and senior people. All the time, the concept which we used to address was mentoring. It is the seniors who will mentor the juniors. But COVID has made the seniors to learn from juniors in one or other way. That is, reverse mentoring has started. At the same time, some of the professors have made it as an opportunity where in disciplines like hotel management, disciplines like design, they started the practicals from home. The institution can reimburse the expenses incurred afterwards. But the teachers showed how much passion with which they teach to the students. And we should not delay that opportunity of learning. At the same time, the institutions used to struggle to have industrial executives for good number of sessions, alumni, parents, then government machinery people. Now, all these people were having enough time. And this gave an opportunity. This virtual reality gave an opportunity to engage the services, expertise, and knowledge base and application aspects from all such people. At the same time, as Professor Chaudhary also mentioned, it has given an opportunity for every one of us to learn at our pace and convenience. Earlier, that is during pre-COVID days, the students used to get the opportunity only once. Once that lecture has been delivered, that's it. But today, the lectures are getting recorded. The lectures have been passed to the students. Students can go through all those materials n number of times. So that has facilitated. At the same time, the window of opportunities to do the research has, magnified like anything. In my university, as Sushant University, the research output has increased threefold. Number of patents that we got are twofold. Number of publications that we carried are much more. So that is, the opportunities are many more. And it is up to the institutions and the teachers and the students how we have to make use of it. And this has become a reality to search where is the blue ocean for us. We were in the red ocean. We are with the same programs, with the same degrees, same approach, same pedagogy, same method. But today we have to find out a new way of dealing with the opportunities which are coming. That is, we have been moving from numbers to find where is a bigger picture for us. This bigger picture may be boutique programs, research opportunities, engagement of collaborators from international organizations, institutions on virtual mode, creating a new learning experience to the students. And also, this is not a simple task. This task has become a Herculean task and a very, calculatedly risky task. Because when we are on virtual mode, it is not the students only who are there in the classroom, the virtual classroom. Parents are also there. Sometimes siblings are there. As a professors, we have to be very careful. So in assessment, there's a long way to go, and we'll be able to build a better future in terms of education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Very well spoken about smartening up of the system, that we have all become virtually and otherwise technologically smarter. Indeed, making proprietary content of one's own, whether it's video, audio, podcast, slideshows and all that. And even trying to create the first semblance of virtual studios and virtual labs. We have started all doing that. I think 1 year ago, we couldn't even think of all this. We are very right. The other point, very rightly once again mentioned by you at the very beginning, was this digital divide, which you spoke about. And yes, we are waiting for BharatNet. The reality of the moment is that though the new education policy has spoken about 6% of India's GDP to be spent in public education, the reality is that this was also told in the Rajiv Gandhi's new education policy in the 1980s. But so far, no government, irrespective of political party, spent more than 3%. So we hope this 6% will be a reality in the coming year. And if this is a reality in the coming year, this additional money should first be spent for bridging the digital divide, because 51% of the students are outside any form of education, in the last 6 months, and these things may continue. Many girls from the poorer families will drop out of education, unfortunately, because when the resources are scarce, the boy child gets the resource first, then the girl child, when in poorer families. This is a reality in the villages and in the hinterland. And even on the other side, corporate social responsibility, CSR, 2% of profits have to be spent for CSR according to government. Why can't the corporate world for the next 1 or 2 years spend this 2% purely for creating digital access and digital connectivity into the hinterland? Once upon a time, the government used to give television sets to panchayats. Then cycles were given by many state government to girls who are passing class 10. Today, the tabs have to be given. The smartphones have to be given. The laptops have to be given. I mean, we can give our old individual, civil society itself can start a million mobile campaign by giving our own equipments, old equipment, the way we give clothes which have become tight but not torn to some people who need it. Similarly, we can give our old laptops and old mobile phones as well. So bridging the digital divide has to be the mission of the whole nation. We will acquire students from the well-to-do families. Yes, for private education, we need that. But we also have a social role, a bigger social perspective. Thank you for raising this issue once again and bringing how we as teachers are restructuring our daily work, our skill set, and resetting ourselves in a way for the new normal. We move to another very eminent educationist of India and very well-known name in North India, particularly Dr. R.S. Bawa, Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University. I invite him, sir. It would be my honor to listen to you. First time I'll be listening to you, though I have seen, seen some writings on you, but I'll be listening to you face-to-face first time. To Dr. Professor R.S. Bawa, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, please.
Boss, I request to please unmute yourself.
Sir, could you unmute yourself?
Sure. Thank you very much. All the esteemed panelists and all the delegates who are online, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think a lot has been said about various aspects of virtual experience, synchronization, and new pedagogy required. I will just keep myself short because I think a lot of time has already been taken. I will start by saying that we are all what we are thinking and talking about is that we were not in fact, we were not on board in adoption of technology. And also we were not using real educational technology in most of our institutions. That's why this COVID situation hastened the whole use of technology, and some of us were forced into it. And that is why all this virtualization and its kind of synchronization with the reality. I normally am of the opinion that let us not lose reality in the light of virtualization. Virtualization, yes, it's going to be a part of the system, but it cannot replace the reality. And therefore, synchronization, yes. But if I say that it can replace the real situation, I think it is not. And very rightly said, COVID situation is something which is a passing phase. And we get back to, of course, it will be a new normal. But to my mind, new normal more is going to be related to the new education policy. And also the way we think, the way we wish to do things. I will give a couple of examples. Talking about use of technology and virtual experience, we were established in 2012, 8 years ago. And right from our second year, we have been using virtual experience of the student to our advantage. All the teaching material that his teacher would be using in the class was made available to the student beforehand. The classroom became more of an interactive session rather than a one monologue kind of a session. And also we created platforms where we provided a lot of online material to the students available 24/7. Now I am putting this to the knowledge of everyone because I think what is the requirement of the new normal to my mind are three things. One is flexibility. The learner must be facilitated. The learner's aspirations must be addressed. And the second is use of technology, which has been hastened by this COVID situation. Technology per se doesn't mean that connectivity is required at all times. For example, in my university, what we are doing is we are making the material available to the students beforehand. And again, the kind of technology that we use will be very, very important. And what has actually happened during this COVID situation is that we created our own UAMS. It was an in-house developed ERP solution, but we had to acquire a new technology. We had to acquire a new LMS, which is Blackboard. So we acquired it, and now it is more interactive. It is more facilitating to the student. So technology, but I think what is more important and very rightly pointed out, especially by Professor Premvarat, it is the faculty, it is the teachers who are going to make a difference. And there will come the innovation. Now, pedagogy will have to be changed. I'm sorry to point out that if we look at the curriculum of the best universities in the world and any university may not be much different. It is how you deliver. It is how you interact with the student. It is how the faculty prepare itself. And I'll give my own example. I've been a student of statistics. And when I used to teach, when I was a student, I started teaching. I used to think that my textbooks do not contain all the solutions, all the derivations. So if I give a couple of important derivations which are not available in the textbooks, I think I've done my job. And the student will be attracted to the class because I'm giving something extra. But that is no more valid because all those things are already available in the virtual world. Everything is available online. Therefore, a teacher will have to innovate in terms of bringing in new applications which happened yesterday. Bring in those applications which are happening around. Bring in those kind of applications and those kind of examples which attract the fascination of the student, which will attract the student, which will make the student believe that this teacher is something more than what is available in the virtual world. So my definition of a teacher is slightly different. It is all textbooks put together plus something. And that plus something is the innovation on the part of the teacher. And that something is the intellect of the teacher which goes into it. Design thinking. I think design thinking, again, teaching design thinking and practicing design thinking, I think there is a huge difference and I think we must be practicing. We did an experiment. We asked first year engineering students to apply their branch, say for example, electrical. Go to your home, when you go after your first semester to your home, try to find something which you can improve about the electricity of your home. Try to find a problem. Now, the problem with most of our students is you give a problem, they'll give you a solution. But given a situation, they are not able to find any problem. What can be the problem where you can solve, what you can improve in the situation. So this is one experiment we did. The second experiment that we did was that we introduced research right from the beginning. So we are bringing out regularly for the last 5 years, a undergraduate journal of research, where we only publish the material and the research done by undergraduate students. And I'm very happy to share with you, research is mind-boggling. The results are mind-boggling. We have been able to file 700 plus patents in the last about 5 years. And out of that, about 100 patents are by first year students. So these kind of things are possible. And these are, I think, what is going to be the new normal. COVID, I think we should keep it away. What is new normal is you will have to India, the new education policy to my mind envisages India to be the most important education hub in the world, in the globe. Great. And that will be possible only if we bring our own education level beyond what is happening around the world. And this is possible. This is possible by training your teachers, by bringing your students, the best in your students. I think we can do it. So changing the pedagogy is the most important thing.
Thank you.
Synchronization with virtual world will take place automatically. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bawa. Thank you very much. This is a very good point that you say that all knowledge plus something more. A faculty, a teacher has to be available all knowledge plus something more. Sir, there is an information overload in the internet. All students do not have neither the wherewithals nor the time to actually keep searching. So a faculty's role will also be an aggregator's role. A faculty member will create proprietary content of his own, as you said, his own video, podcast, slide share, case studies, examples, questions, and also aggregate the right things from the available open source, whether it's MOOCs, internet, YouTube, Google, whatever, from everywhere, and bring them together in a concerted, correlated manner. And like through Blackboard, we use TCS Iron, someone uses Collaborate, whichever is the LMS. Through that, they will put it before the learner in advance, much before the session, so that there is a flipped classroom. The learner learns by reading, watching, and listening to all these in advance, prepares notes, prepares questions, prepares the issues which he doesn't understand, and then comes to the classroom, virtual or otherwise, for further learning. This is indeed an innovation. This is indeed a forward march, as has been made. How do you make it forward future? This is indeed innovative pedagogy for forward future. And thank you for also telling some of the good things. And I really appreciate the students doing research and filing for patents. This is a great encouragement to students going ahead. Chitkara University is very well known. Thank you. I have come to know about this practice from you first time. First time also listening to you. We have the last panelist. She has already spoken briefly earlier, but once again, Madam Avantika Musipatla, Customer Success Head Finance Peer. And I request her to speak in these COVID times, in the new normal. There are financial and funding challenges of many educational institutions in the country, because usually what we have been hearing, from 30 to 60% of the target admissions have happened till now. There are institutions as low as 30% and maximum as 60-65%. I haven't even heard a 65% so far. So this is the reality. Under such situation, what sort of ideas on funding and finance would you like to share? Over to Madam Avantika. Is Avantika there? Or if not, we will, there haven't been any questions as such. Let me just check. Will you provide any certification now? That's not a question for me. Chat, let me see the chat. Yes, restart manual. Yes, they have asked for the restart manual, which was mentioned by Dr. Rao. I think surely that can be shared. And people have introduced themselves but haven't asked question much. Yes, they have appreciated and all that. Thank you. I don't think there are questions.
Ujjwal,
So,
sir, you can have your round of questioning, please.
I can generally have, each speaker has given focused attention on certain areas, so which have already come up in a big way. Let me quickly have one line answer. I request one line answer or 2 lines answer because time is limited. Professor Premvrat, if you could, sir, tell that, you know, the NEP is a great vision statement, no doubt about it. But there hasn't been any allocation of funds or a roadmap to it, or legalization of any new body to implement NEP, or that single authority that is being told to replace all other higher education authorities. So what do you think will be the roadmap ahead? What should be the roadmap? What would you suggest the government?
I think, as I mentioned very briefly, that the funding part has been very vaguely addressed in this policy.
Right.
And therefore, what a policy is as good as implemented. And therefore, what we need to focus on is developing a roadmap along with assured funding, so that the kind of vision that is, is hoping to be realized through this will materialize. The weak points are funding, and the single authority that you talked about, its roadmap is yet to come up.
Right.
And to me, the implementation should be the focus, and only when it's implemented in the spirit and the letter in the spirit with assured funding, that the dreams would be realized.
Very fantastic. That's the right thing, sir. Without execution plan, a great vision also goes haywire. Thank you for that. Can I ask to Dr. DNS Kumar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sushant University, sir? You have also mentioned about the digital divide. As a premier educationist, as a leading educationist, what would you suggest to the government and to the civil society? How can we bridge this digital divide? Otherwise, a large part of our student community is facing absence of education going ahead.
You see, the experience that we have and what we have noticed also, you know, the network is available but where is the infrastructure in the rural areas? Right. In the rural areas, neither the people or the children have the mobiles, nor the laptops, or the tabs, or the desktops, and net is not reaching there. The only alternative and what we are looking is BharatNet, and people cannot afford. Even if private parties, bring the net, people cannot afford it. And as you rightly mentioned after my speech, the government has to fund for the providing the net, and wherein 6% of the GDP has to be spent for that. And one more dimension which you rightly gave is the regional level, the corporates which are there, they can spend some CSR money. Ultimately, they depend on educational institution to get the intellectual capital. It is a human resource. It is their obligation or responsibility also.
Great, thank you. That's a great suggestion. Thank you, sir. Dr. Bawa, there is one aspect of NEP where they're saying that cluster schools or cluster colleges who are not doing well, they have to be supported by those institutions who are in a better off situation. So what suggestions would you give to those schools and colleges in Punjab which might need support from advanced higher education institutions like yours? What could be the role that you can play there?
Sir, I will answer your question, but a corollary of this is I very strongly feel that we normally run to global universities, we sign MOUs with them, we try to learn from them, and we think what they are doing is something which we must copy. I very strongly feel that we must network within India also.
Very well said,
I'm
sir.
very happy to share that I have signed MOUs with 5 Indian universities also.
Great.
I approached them. I said, why not learn from each other? I send my students to IIT Bombay or University of Bombay for 1 semester. Let them see what I am doing, what they are doing. So I think we should be more open. It is not a kind of a competition where I cannot afford to share my good practices. And I'll appreciate NAC for this, because what NAC is doing is asking A+ and A++ institutions, A++ at the moment, to share their best practices. So I think in Punjab, through your medium, I make myself available to any institution which they want to come and see what we are doing. And I am very happy to learn from everyone. And I have got a lot of ideas from today's this webinar. And I thank all the honorable panelists, because I think many things which I would love to pursue and follow. So I'll be available. I shall be happy. Anybody can visit us and anybody can see what we are doing. Thank you.
Very well said, sir. And thank you for your generosity also, that you would like to share best practices with those around you and be of support to institutions which might be going less on resources and can learn from your experience. Very quickly, 2 good practices I would like to mention here at our university: major, minor. It has been mentioned in NEP. So a student majoring in law can do, suppose wants to be a cyber lawyer, can minor in computer engineering. A student majoring in, for example, management, MBA marketing, can minor in brand communication from the media school of ours. A student majoring, and it can be done out of love. One is you can make a twinning of the 2 major minor for a future career. It can be done out of heart also. Someone can be studying engineering and also can be doing a minor in music or theater, because that makes the person, a better human being. So major, minor is one. And the second thing I'd like to bring is a lifetime, the entire education lifetime project. So someone entering into the first year starts a project connected to a vehicle or drone or a film or something. And by the time he or she is in the final year or final semester, the whole project is ready. And it's marketable project. The project has to be marketable, not just sampling for the campus. It has to be even put before the industry. So project-based learning, starting from scratch and completing a full project which can go into the market, is something that can be looked at as another good practice. But very good, sir, for your kind gesture there. Can I request Dr. D.N. Rao? There has been a lot of interest on this suggestion that you have given on reset or restart. Can you give a few suggestions here? What would you suggest all these universities and their top brass who are here present today? What should they do post November 1, when we are supposed to be operating our campuses fully? Dr. D.N. Rao, if you are there.
I think, as I said, restart manual.
Yes.
When you restart, you have to be at a much higher platform, both in terms of delivery potential as well as your visualization of the future. That is one thing that is very important. Let us not bog down with this COVID and with so many restrictions and other things. My recommendation is you have to plan how to deliver better and how to accelerate your growth better.
Right.
With respect to delivery point of it, it is it's a foregone conclusion that the teaching, learning is going to be both online and offline.
Right.
On campus experience, students must have. So how do you divide these resources? On-site resources and online resources in an equitable manner that's most optimistic for students' experience. For example, in our own case, what we are saying is we have hostels attached to our own institutions. So we are optimizing, bringing people in batches to stay in hostels, experience the campus for a few days, then they go back and we recycle. Okay. These sort of innovative and situational based solutions we must provide.
Very good, very good. That's a very positive and optimistic way of turning disadvantage into advantage, creating opportunity out of something which is known as a crisis. Thank you very much for presenting those aspects or those views. I believe we had a plethora of ideas shared here. Let's welcome. There is a question, it seems, will there be any chances of the government to reduce core curriculum? The new policy states that we as an educationist should focus on academics, core scholastic, sports, life skills, and vocational training with very less interaction time with the learners. From Nivedita Darshan. Professor Premvrat, any answer to that? Any observation?
I think this needs to be detailed at the university's own studies, and a straight general answer cannot be given.
Okay.
The universities have to feel autonomous, and that's what I mentioned. Freedom and flexibility is the core.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Dr. DNS Kumar, would you like to say whether there should be reduction of core curriculum?
I would give an example. I don't exactly remember which year. India Today, the first page, which came was IIM Ahmedabad was ranked as #1 institution in the country because they reduced 30% of the curriculum. Today at educational institutions, what is more important is not how much you do, how you do it intensely, how in depth you do it.
Very good.
Yeah, professors should be the guide,
right.
To tell this is the lens which is suiting to you, my patient. But students should decide whether that lens suits them or not.
Appreciate. As I said one time, that a mentor starts with a structured syllabus, but goes into organic syllabus. Each one has a different learning curve. And according to the learning curve of the learner or the groups of learners, there can be additions and alterations. So it's not spreading thin, but going deep. It's not just horizontal movement, but vertical movement, though that is necessary for making education really meaningful. I would like to add, the age of scholasticism has gone, and we are moving on to the age of application, or age of analysis. Even open book exams are welcome in this new normal, where there is no problem of referring to portals or books. What is important is practically application or analysis. On that note, we have already gone 5 minutes.
May I just take half a minute on this?
Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, I have to say that it should be determined by what are you teaching the student for. It must be based on the outcome of whatever you are teaching, whatever degree the student is doing. So what content, how much it can be reduced or what can be replaced, everything should be outcome based. Once you make your education outcome based, these questions will automatically be answered. They will be addressed, they will be answered, and they will be solved. Thank you.
Yes, I believe our time is over. There is another panel going ahead now. Outcome-based education. On that, I would like to note here that outcome-based education is a big subject, but in simple language, tell what you do.
Exactly.
Do what you tell.
Yes.
Prove it with facts, figures, and evidences, and then improve it.
Yes.
So if something is done, it must be visible. If it is visible, it must be measurable. And if it is measurable, it can be advanced. Thank you, Professor Prembrat. Thank you, Dr. R.S. Bawa. Thank you, Dr. D.N. Rao. And thank you
so much. Thank
you, Dr. D.N.S. Kumar. And thank you, Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta in absentia. It was a great pleasure moderating this session. This is my 172nd webinar in this lockdown period in the last 6 months. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly learned from all of you, very senior academicians of India. Namaste and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Purchase.
So lovely panel discussion indeed. Thank you so much, all the esteemed panelists. And we actually touched the very important aspects of this panel discussion. Every eminent panelist did a quite justice to this panel discussion. Thank you so much for getting associated with this. So going forward, before for the next panel, may I request the host to kindly run a short video of the Sushant University, please. Yes, thank you. So moving forward now, we have a very interesting session and a very important topic in school education in this panel. The thematic topic is like reopening of schools, redefining SOP, a step-by-step guide for implementation of the open school program. So with this, we have eminent panel speakers to invite Dr. Skand Bali. He's the principal of Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet. May I please invite you in this panel, sir? Dr. Kavita Jain, the CEO of MD and Edify Education. Mr. Rikrit Chara is the MD of Satlat Group of Schools. Ms. Pratima Sinha, CEO, DSR Education Society, Hyderabad. And Dr. Mani Meklai Mohan, founder, managing trustee, correspondent, SSVM institutions of Mevupattiam and Coimbatore. So the panel discussion over here, sir, we are talking about reopening of schools and redefining SOPs. The background of the discussion is that we know that education all around the world has experienced a major shift in the post-pandemic world. As SOPs are redefined to adopt the new normal, the shift therefore makes way for other modes of learning become more commonplace and widespread. We are all aware that the kind of guidelines which has come from various departments of government, from the Ministry of Home Affairs and even the Ministry of Health and Family Affairs, that in the lockdown 4.0, frequently and simultaneously we'll be having many schools opening up with the initiatives being taken by many states like Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chandigarh, Goa, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh. They have actually set the tone. And with that experience, maybe it would be guidelines for other states to follow the same lines to come up with. So with this, I'm glad to have such an eminent speakers over here. All these educators and academicians we have met in some point of time in many of the events which used to happen earlier. And it is my esteemed honor to welcome you over here once again. To start the discussion topic, may I invite the panel over here, Dr. Skand Bali is the principal of Hyderabad Public School over here, to maybe giving the opening remark on the topic of discussion today. So Skand Bali is the principal of Hyderabad Public School. Begumpet is one of the prestigious schools of the country, and he's having a rich 2 decades of career experience in various premier institutes of India, GD Goenka, Doon Schools, Army Public Schools, like this. So you are also the author, a mentor, an education leader, and numerous awards and allocates falls under your kitty. A beautiful campus, Hyderabad Public School, a rich heritage and a lovely and a notable alumni, people who are aware of Hyderabad Public School. To name few is like Ajay Pal Singh ji, Nagarjun, the renowned actor, Harsh Bhogle, Satya Nandela. It is a privilege and honor, Skand Bali sir, to have you over here. May I please ask a question to start with you? So what are your views and how your institution is preparing for reopening of schools post-COVID, sir? Dr. Skand Bali.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me over. Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you so much for that kind introduction as well. I think this COVID has thrown everybody out of the window. Things are not very clear to anyone as of now across the country, not just in Hyderabad. So we are all anticipating as to what instructions will come from the government. However, each school, I'm sure, is preparing from their end to look at the opening of the school. There are certain protocols, there are certain ways and means by which every school is trying to safeguard the children's safety. I think there are 2-3 very important points here. If I think from a parent point of view, I think majority of the parents do not want to send their children to school as yet, or are a little reluctant and they want to see how things are. There are a lot many parents who are not keen to send their children to schools, at least till any vaccine comes out. If you ask me personally, I personally feel that we need to be a little careful while opening of the schools. I think with a little care, maybe in the month of November or December, we should allow the senior school to open, which is from class 9 to grade 12. And I don't think we should open primary schools at all this year. I think primary schools should be allowed to come in only in the next session, because safety and well-being of everybody is very, very important and critical. And these are young children. They will not follow the social distancing protocol. They will not follow the protocol of not meeting and greeting their friends. They are meeting them after so many months. So it will be for them like straight away out of jail. So I think any one infection or a couple of infections will not be desirable. That's what I feel. But I'm looking forward to have more discussion on it with you all and my fellow panelists. So these are my opening remarks, that we are all a little apprehensive, at the same time careful as well.
Yeah, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
So moving ahead now, may I please invite Mr. Vikrit Sarai, and he's the MD of Satlat Group of Schools. He's an educator, a publisher, an entrepreneur, author, investor, and is representing one of the North India's largest and oldest private school, started since 1976. So you have many awards and recognitions in your kitty, sir. And you are also specialized in investing and advising startups and top global education organizations. You are the trustee and board members and advisory in many of the organizations. May I please have your opening remarks, Vikrit sir, your views and how your institution is preparing to the school opening post-COVID. Mr. Vikrit Sarai. Can we see your video?
Yeah. Am I visible now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just wonderful for your kind words. Thank you for your kind words. Of course, you've been the gracious host over the past few years. I've been a part of various interactions with you, of course, and and then I'm very, very happy to see what what you're doing with ASMA now. I'm happy to be a part of the panel. It's an interesting panel that we have. I think that there are a lot of points that are going to come up, various relevant points that I think are important to understand given the current crisis that we find ourselves in. Well, as Dr. Bali just said as well, I think we've been thrown into the deep end of the ocean and now we're being asked to swim. If you look at the various educational boards in different parts of the country, in different parts of the world, and if you look at the various entrance examinations that have taken place over the last few weeks as well, it seems as though COVID isn't over there anymore. And given the current scenario that we find in various parts of the country as well, I think that inhibition has been thrown out of the window. But that's something that I think that we have to understand in the context of education, that we deal with the lives of students who aren't adults yet, who are of course below the age of 18 in terms of K-12 education. So as educators, as school operators, as school managements, it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility towards these students that I think that we have to keep in mind. If we have to open schools, which I don't foresee for the next 1 or 2 months at least, but given the current guidelines that we have from the state education departments in various parts of the country, if we have to open schools, then it's important that we take the various precautions in mind. Now, particularly in North India, where our schools are based in the in the 3 states in North India, there's a lot of like in this case, there's a lot of backlash that the state education departments have faced in terms of opening schools, which I'm sure is the same in various parts of the country as well. We aren't ready yet. I don't think that any school is ready to open. And if the onus is on educators, if the onus is on school managements to take the responsibility for students, I don't think that there's any short answer to that at this point of time. But if schools have to open, then various precautions should be taken in mind, should be kept in mind. Various SOPs should be followed. But I think that there aren't any proper SOPs in this place, in this case, which are in place as well. So the next few months, yes, but as of now, I think that no one is ready to take that sort of risk. The parents and the school, no one is ready to, of course, take responsibility for any untoward incident that might happen if schools reopen.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Victor. With the same question, if I would now like to invite Ms. Pratima Sinha. She is the CEO of DSR Education Society from Hyderabad, and she has a rich 3 decades of progressive experience in education across a wide gamut of functions. She has been experiencing from academic audit to curriculum development and planning, teacher training, mentoring, setting up schools. So your passion of performing arts, ma'am, theaters, and your efforts for the autistic children is really remarkable, ma'am. We are very honored and privileged to have you in this panel, ma'am. So with your opening remarks about the SOPs of opening schools post-COVID.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chandan. Thank you so much for inviting. And all the panelists, good afternoon. All the participants, good afternoon. Of course, it's a question mark that we have still in our mind. Telangana government has still not taken any action on it. There's still not, we haven't received any information regarding opening of school from Telangana government. But yes, what we did was first we sent Google Forms to all our parents regards to opening of school, because we have to plan out a lot of logistics. And 99% of our parents, they refused. They said, definitely, we will not send our children to school until and unless the vaccine comes out. So that was the first point. But now when we are looking in the future, when we are talking about CBSE senior classes, So we have finally kind of worked out where we will be calling the senior students for lab activities, because lab work has to be done, the practical lab work that has to be done. So we have created, we are creating bubble groups where, you know, children will come and do the lab work and go. And we have requested and counseled our parents that we will not be providing school transport. Instead of that, if the parents can come and drop the children and take them back. So this is the immediate planning that we have done. Maybe after Dasera vacations, because we have long Dasera vacations in Hyderabad, after Dasera vacations, we will do this particular activity. When it comes to when school students will start coming to school, the senior students in future, maybe in November, we will definitely demarcate certain areas where, you know, we will have our children only moving in those areas and not beyond that. And of course, our classrooms have to be, you know, just 15 students in the classroom. So all the norms that has been given by the government, we will follow that. But preschools, as we have 6 preschools with us, definitely a no-no. And primary also, definitely, we are not even thinking of reopening it right now. So maybe only for the senior classes. And also, we were thinking that we will not extend the classes till 3 o'clock. It will be just till 1 o'clock so that the child goes home. We used to provide lunch and breakfast in school, but we will not be giving that facility. So the child goes home and has his lunch. So a lot of thinking and SOPs have to be created. We have worked out logistics, and hopefully, of course, we cannot be really sure of what may happen tomorrow. But yes, planning is always there. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you. So with this, may I please invite Dr. Mani McLeay Mohan. She is the founder, managing trustee, and correspondent SSBM Group Institutions, Metupattayam and Coimbatore. We have met Dr. Mohan in many of our past events as well. And I'm pleased and happy to see her again in this forum. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, ma'am. So you are an educator. Yeah. We can hear you, ma'am. Can you please switch on your video if it's possible?
It's not getting started, sir.
May I request the host, Tanujit, to please see in the issue over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to everybody. So it's nice to discuss about the hottest topic, because every state, they just come out and they say that from this month we are opening the schools. And last week there was a feedback that is coming from Karnataka saying from Monday we are going to open the school. Of course, reopening is a big task which is put on all the management heads. First of all, I like to say 5 points where we all have to focus on it. Children's safety will be the paramount, and so will be the vulnerable communities such as old faculty and staff. Because we are all talking about only the children, we are not talking about the safety of the faculty and the staff. Then moving forward towards a new normal post-pandemic environment itself, we'll have to revamp the children. We have to educate the children how they have to maintain distance, etc. And we require a considerable shift in the mindset of the entire learning community, both emotional and social. Because here, if you take everybody, we are, as in how the previous speakers were saying, every parent is tensed only after the vaccination they are planning to send the children to school. If the vaccinations are going to take another 2-3 years, what is the situation of the children inside the house? That's again the most foremost part which everyone has to think of. If school reopens at any point of time, the welcoming of the whole strength, as and now we cannot do that, as and how the earlier speaker spoke, like kindergarten and primary, highly risk-oriented area where children will not be able to say what is happening to them. But at the same time, classes 9, 10, 11 and 12, of course, they can speak out what is a problem and immediate steps can be taken. And of course, they cannot come on a regular basis, maybe on alternate basis they can come. And of course, from our side, we are working on an excellent plan where we have a smart class. So where the videos will parallelly keep running and announcement keep going on if the children are not maintaining that social distancing. But I think we had the NEET center for the exam. To be very frank, it was highly difficult to manage the parents who came and dropped the children for the NEET exam. But children were so organized, they maintained that distance because we had painted everywhere that distancing. And so children were able to go stand on those rings and walk. So they were with perfect distancing. And every student maintained their protocol, how they have to go about. So maybe children, if they are educated, of course, they can also overcome this pandemic situation and they can come to school and they can see this is all again a process of learning. This is process of life which they have to experience. So, okay, they may get affected. We cannot keep them closed inside a cage. Let them experience it. But at the same time, we should give them an awareness. When you are not supposed to touch the fire, you are not supposed to touch the fire. When you touch, what is the consequences they should learn.
Right. Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your opening remarks. We are just waiting for Dr. Kavita Jain to join us shortly. She is on the way, maybe will be coming anytime now. So with the second round of questions to start again with the esteemed panelists over here. To start with Dr. Skand Bali, I would like to again ask a question from you. So what role does innovation play in redefining SOPs in the new normal, sir? Where it can include the digital education also?
Well, innovation is important everywhere. It's not just during the current scenario or current circumstances. We have come across many schools and many schools who are maybe not technologically exceptionally advanced or so-called considered to be technologically advanced in the far-flung areas of the country are using augmented reality to teach in the classrooms. We have come across all those videos on the social media. So innovation is a part of education. It's a part of learning, irrespective of what the situation and the circumstances. Innovation has played a big role in this COVID situation as well. I think what it has left with us is the opportunity that even when the schools become normal, there are many things which can be done virtually to save time. You cannot increase 6 hours or 8 hours of a day to 12 hours or 14 hours in a day. But you can definitely, with the help of virtual technology now, you can add that kind of component over a weekend or sometime post school or something like that, right? Which was not earlier. When it comes on reopening of the schools, I think all of us have to be creative. All of us have to think out of the box. We will not just have to rely on the guidelines issued by the governments or various organizations. I think we'll have to add on something more there to make sure that the children and the staff are absolutely safe and they are safeguarded and there's no untoward incident. We have seen that around the world. We have seen that happening in South Korea. We have seen that happening in England. We have seen that happening in the US, where the schools had to be shut down just within a couple of weeks because a lot of children were found to be COVID positive. So reinvention or invention or creativity, I think, is a part of the game. You have to be ahead of it, and you have to think out of the box to make sure that things work better for the children and for your institution. So I think it plays a very important role.
Absolutely. Mr. Vikrit, may we know from your end, from your experience and what your organization has been doing when innovation comes into the picture and digital education comes into the picture. How have you played so far and what are your plans ahead? Mr. Vikrit.
Excellent. Thank you for this question. I think it's absolutely relevant question given the times that we find ourselves in. I think innovation plays a very, very important role, and I think that we're lucky given the innovation that we've given the innovation in education that we've seen over the last few years, at least. Because of that, we've actually survived in terms of a whole industry in terms of schooling. If we particularly did not have any, there's a platform in terms of MS Teams or Google Meet or Cisco or Zoom or so on and so forth. I think it would be very, very hard to run schools if it were just to be, via regular phone calls and, and other platforms. So innovation has been key, and I'm really, really thankful to all of these edtech companies that have really helped us get through this crisis. Now, what is the next step? So we've got various platforms that allow us to teach. What will happen next? What is going to happen in the next few years? The next few months and the next few years. Particularly, I think that this current ecosystem that we've come up with, which is a blended approach in terms of teaching, I think that will remain. Even when schools open, we will not be in a position to allow all of the students to visit school at once. So then there will be some online classes, and then there will be some offline classes. Given the fact that teachers in various parts of the world are used to this online world now, I think it will be interesting to see what happens in terms of the way that we educate our kids going further. So will we do away with homework? What are we going to do in terms of the classwork? How are we going to share worksheets with them? Will we be giving them printouts? Now in our schools, we particularly got the half yearlies that are taking place. I think they're about to start this week and next week. So what we've done in this case is that we've come up with is a blended approach of MS Teams and PDF file question papers sent to students. So students will have to submit the written answers to us via MS Forms and MS Teams, and then they'll have to take part in the quizzes that we set for them. So automatically what has happened is that the platforms have become a part of the way that we teach. So in the next few years also, I foresee that these platforms are going to take over a bit more, but there's nothing that can substitute the actual learning that takes place in a classroom. So I think that's what kids are missing out on, because schools aren't just a place to mug up facts and figures. I mean, like that, of course, you can do at home. It's schools are a place where you learn, where you interact with your peers, and where you interact with teachers. Where you learn to apply skills rather than just learn them from a book. So given the fact that innovation has been key to the survival of the education industry during this crisis, I think innovation is going to play a much important role in the next few years, in the coming years as well.
Yes, I agree to you, sir. So during this COVID, we have also witnessed that how the technology and digital has, accelerated the acceptance of all the digital platforms which was available. We were in a stage to use it, but it would have been taken much more time. But due to the arrival of COVID, it maybe fortunately, but people have equipped themselves much earlier. Yes. The sales are in fact the teaching faculty, the non-teaching staffs, and even the parents and students have actually shouldered us in the kind of practice which we wanted to produce to them, and they've also been supporting us in this course.
That's very true.
So yes, we understand that. Coming to you, Pratima ma'am, I would like to understand with your rich experience, where if you have such an expertise of even setting up of schools, audit programs, teacher training, how innovation and technology is playing, and you're looking this two words during COVID and post-COVID in lockdown, ma'am?
I would say that because of innovation, we have been able to adopt. We've been able to adopt the new norms because we were innovative. Everybody was innovative. Even I remember seeing a poster of a headmaster in a village where he was teaching through a loudspeaker. Children were sitting, at different places, and he was teaching through loudspeakers. So this is nothing but innovation. Where there's a will, there's definitely a way. I would say that. And we have seen innovation in technology, as Rikirat said, that, whether it is, assessments or evaluations or e-books that are coming out, the different technology tools that have come out, where teachers are using them, whether it is for taking them on a few field trips. I mean, teachers have made such wonderful virtual field trips where they're taking the students to. So these are all, innovative ideas. Teachers are also thinking about it. They're also coming up with such fantastic ideas. So, and we have started, I'm very proud to say that we have actually started webinars for the teachers by the teachers, where, we are empowering our teachers that basically I'm sitting here in my office and talking, but it is the teacher who's in the classroom who's experienced everything, the new norm that we are calling, right? So we have created these webinars for teachers where they're sharing their experiences of the classroom, whether they've been creative, not creative. So I feel teachers are being really empowered this way. Maybe in physical settings, I may not be able to gather these teachers together for sessions and all that, but this is giving them a wonderful platform to speak about what they're doing, the thought processes, and the new norms that they are facing. So this, I feel, has really, really worked well in our school. We are talking about innovation in technology. We are talking about innovation in the teaching objective. We are talking about the innovation in learning objective. We are talking about innovation in the new norm of teaching methodologies. So there is, everything is totally new, totally different. The whole curriculum setting has been innovated. It has been created in a different manner so that it suits online teaching. So definitely innovation has, given us that platform. Because we were innovative, we were able to survive in this in this pandemic.
Absolutely. So innovation, though it's crucial, but again, the theme, the topic which we decided for this event, which is again been, partnered by, we have Uni Apply. That's one of the very common application platform for schools, which simplifies the school search application enrollment process. We have been seeing that in higher education only, but Uni Apply is one such platform. It's a startup from one of a renowned company. We can search these schools over there. We can go for the application forms over there, enrollment process, fee structure, and even school comparisons are also there. We have just started with key few cities, but maybe in a quite few times they'll be involving more cities in that portal as well. So innovation is again one very important aspects, ma'am. But again, we are redefining innovation now. So during this redefining innovation and technology, Dr. Mohan, we would like to know some initiatives and efforts which your organizations under your leadership has taken. I would request you kindly unmute yourself.
Actually, we'll have to first say a great big thanks to COVID-19. If COVID-19 wouldn't have come, innovation in technology wouldn't have come, because my daughter, when she came back from US, she used to say, there are so many technologies still y'all are not using. So whenever we wanted to upgrade the teachers, we had difficulty. But the moment the COVID-19 came, the very next day of the school lockdown, every teacher started going inside the online portal and they started using. So each and every day, when we started off with the online, it was, to be very frank, it was a plain platform where we had to just download the YouTube link and start. Then step 2 process was they started taking the visual class. So where the teacher uses a whiteboard or their pen and paper. Then slowly they started. So it was step 3, step 4, step 5. Now the LMS of our school is making them do so many things. Their attendance, A to Z. So now children are interacting, as in how Bali said and the previous speaker, everybody, when they were saying, now we are able to do quiz, we are able to do exam corrections on time, and now the parents are able to view their test papers on time, and they are able to compare and see the previous test and the present test, whether the children are progressing, and we are able to connect the parents and make the child sit along with the parent and make the parent understand whether the child is really using the online portal in a right way or in a wrong way, because certain e-platforms, they have a very interesting portal called CBI portal. So when you on that portal and see, it will give us a feedback whether the child has simply kept the screen on and is busy with the video game, or is busy playing with the tab, or physically they are present, mentally they are absent. So when we give this data after the session to the parents are so happy. The parents are saying even in the real class, it is very difficult for the teacher to know whether he is fully concentrating their class or not. So it's a great big jump, and where we are exploring and going inside it. Even after the school reopens, we thought, like for example, if the portions are not being completed, of course you will have some teachers who say, Saturday, no problem, though it's a holiday, please come for a special class. Now there's no need for a special class, because the teacher sitting in the home, they can take the privilege of the students' time when they are really available, and they can complete their portions. And again, if the child wants to have doubt clearing session, they are beautifully coming on a doubt clearing session, and it's like one-to-one. I think because of this innovation in technology, a lot of tuitions will go out. So now the parents will feel really happy, the child being inside the home, they are able to get somebody coming inside their house, not physically, but through technology, and teaching the child one-to-one. But all this can happen only on one process, where the child is very sincere and very dedicated to the parent and to their own learning process. If the child thinks that they have to just while away the time, it is not a loss for the school, it is a loss for their own self. That very purpose the child and the parent must make it very clear. And at the same time, I like to say SSVM has introduced an organized model of online learning, where the classes are being conducted in such a way where even extracurricular classes are going on, like dance, sloga, value education. So the parents are so happy that along with the subject, certain things are also added. And now again, like after this half-yearly exam, we have again planned to identify the children who have still difficulty in learning and put them in a group where again the teacher can have that one-to-one initialization and making them clearly teach and give that intense teaching. Because as in how like whenever you see teaching or completing the portion is not the target, how far the child is able to understand, apply it and go. And we'll have to say the e-books which is come. Now hereafter there's no need for the children to carry a huge bag. So now whatever it is, everything is there, the child can easily learn. And again, whatever they needed, if they just chat to the teacher, any teacher who's available, they can immediately respond to the child and help the child complete the homework. And again, the parent is able to view what is happening every day, what is happening weekly, what is happening monthly, what will happen for the whole year. So the events, for example, we had Father's Day celebration, Grandparents' Day celebration. All celebrations are also happening online, where the parents, grandparents are all saying, how is it possible? Like the school is inside our home, and now we know the real value of the teacher. So we cannot say that people deny the teacher's value, parents' value. So always you have a portal, no? 50% who understand, 50% who don't understand. So, but we always take the positive people's mindset, and the teachers keep moving. And at the same time, it is highly challenging to do every activity, because to bring the children to focus, just imagine the kindergarten students, if you have to bring them to focus, it's not very easy, where the teachers have to create an environment. So now you know how many portals and technologies are there. If you want to create a forest, the forest is there. So the teachers inside the forest, then you have the visual, virtual thing like tiger or elephant coming, and their sounds, and the teachers' dressing style changes. Even though they are with the normal dressing style, the dressing style changes according to what they move. So these are all, I have to say, very innovative. So the parents are so happy. Now my child, the very next day, they're eagerly waiting for the next day's online class. Mama, when is my class? So the class is starting by 9 o'clock. They are ready by 8:30, waiting to see today what environment my teacher is going to bring, what is the dress they are going to come in, what is the value they are going to teach, and what is the skill. Again, if it is, they have to plant a seed and they have to show. So the teacher shows that visually how you plant a seed and how will it grow. So I will always say innovation has a never ending, it's a never ending process. It's an ongoing process. So every school has come out with different ideas. And of course, every parent has to appreciate this and they have to take the children in the right path.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you, Dr. Mohan, for sharing those insights. It is really very exciting. And we can understand from your official expression and the way you are putting that thing, which you have experienced, and the kind of response which your teachers are getting, and how students and even parents are so excited, in participating your online classes, where this is a great challenge which most of the educational institutes are facing nowadays, how to cope up and how to bring the student audience again with that attendance of the last day. So great insights from that would be a great learning, and the people who are watching may experience and would kind of replicate the same thing in their curriculum and the teaching methodology. Great. Skandbali sir, coming to you, an important question would like to ask from you. Let us start from your end. In Indian education system, sir, it's ready to implementation. How it is ready to implement the open schooling program, and how can open schooling program can close the education inequality gap?
See, open schooling program is a very good initiative in Indian education system especially. The reason is the Indian curriculum, whether you look at CBSE, whether you look at ICSE, ISC, or whether you look at state boards, are content heavy, are subject heavy. Whereas open school gives opportunity to the children with special needs, or the children who are slow learners, or the children who are struggling because of learning gaps, can take that exam, wherein they have a choice of taking any 5 subjects, right? There is an advantage of that as well, that parents can motivate or encourage or channelize their children into doing many other things. And at the same time, simultaneously, they can take up open schooling as well. It's a very flexible way of teaching and learning. There are many schools in Delhi who have opened the open schools or open school exams in their school as an option. There are more and more parents talking about homeschooling now, which is not necessarily entirely homeschooling, but homeschooling leading to open schooling. So I think open schooling definitely can play a big role. What I feel is that the governments and the organizations have to come and manage a balance between the two. If you look at international baccalaureate, if you look at the IGCSE, if you look at the American curriculum, they are not content heavy. They are not driven only on the basis of rote learning or only on the basis of too many subjects to be dealt in the younger years of life. So I think the creativity, critical thinking has to be brought into our curriculum if you want to cope up with the pressure on the children. So I think there is a balance which we have to maintain between the regular curriculum and the open schooling. But I think open schooling is extremely beneficial to many children who either find it very difficult or who are not allowed to study in the mainstream because of the systematic errors which we have. So that's what my answer, if that answers your question.
Yes, you do answer, sir. Even it set the tone for other speakers to may also comment on it if any additional inputs they have on this point. Rikrit, to ask from you again on the same points, is the Indian education system ready for the implementation of open schooling program? If yes, how it can help the education system to close the inequality gap?
Well, got it. So so like, may I just ask this question first? Like, in what context are you referring to the open schooling program? Because this would refer to the board this would refer to the current board that we have in terms of NIOS, or is it like a global phenomenon that you're talking about, homeschooling. So what context are you referring to open schooling over here in?
For open schooling, it could be referred to any of the boards, like though.
Okay, you're talking about the boards. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I got it. Right, but I particularly think that in terms of the Indian education system, I think that the open school boards and in various other educational boards in different parts of the world as well, they plug in that gap. Traditional or national education boards aren't able to plug in. So in India, we've got a national board which is CBSE, and then we have various state education boards, and then we've got international boards as well in terms of CIE and in terms of IIB and so on and so forth. So I think that the vital role, the critical role that the open schooling boards play is that they plug in that gap. So students who due to various reasons aren't able to fit in with the framework of other education boards, I think that they fit in terms of the open schooling as well. But I have seen over the past few years that there's been a decline in the interest in terms of open schooling. I think that parents are more keen for the students to particularly study in a school which is affiliated to like one of the more recognized educational boards. But in India itself, if I've seen, there's the NIOS board, which is the National Institute of Open Schooling. I've seen that they've taken a seat back and they focus more on is the training and the curriculum framework for other education boards. Like around 3 or 4 years ago, then the bridge courses and the DLED courses, these were devised by NIOS. So I think that given the fact that there's very less enrollment in these education boards, and then I might also be wrong over here as well, but what I've seen is that they are more into training for other educational boards, and then they create a framework, a kind of a support framework. Whether it's useful for the students, that particularly depends on the circumstances. So students who aren't able to, as I said, aren't able to fit into various other educational boards, and then they opt for these boards. But then they do save some critical time and effort, and there's flexibility in how you want to learn. And I think the Ministry of Education, the erstwhile MHRD, I think the Ministry of Education is also trying to adopt certain practices from the open schooling in terms of the entry and the exit for secondary and senior secondary, in terms of like in terms of other points that have been recommended under the NEP as well. So yes, they do play an important role, but it's not really clear as to how important that role is at this point of time.
Right. Thanks for sharing this input. Now let me ask a different question from Pratima ma'am. Ma'am, again sticking to the session topic which we are talking about, reopening of school. What could be your plan or your step-by-step guide for implementation of opening of a school, ma'am, in maybe Unlock 4.2 or Unlock 5.2? How will you plan the step ahead, ma'am?
You're asking me?
Yeah, Pratima ma'am, I'm asking you.
Okay. I just wanted to take on from where Rekirat left on the previous question. When he said that, it is not very popular. Parents are a little skeptical, because I remember when I was principal of the schools, we used to actually counsel a lot of parents for taking their children to an iOS and open school system. But because there is not much awareness about it among the parents, and in fact, I remember I had sent some parents to the office in Hyderabad, and when they went to the office, there was nobody available to give them the correct answers and guide them properly. So that is where I feel, although it's a wonderful system, children who are good in sports, who are good in dance, music, and they want to pursue these as their, career, for them, open school system is wonderful, because entry and exit and all that is very flexible. But that awareness has to come in for the parents, that awareness of, and the colleges have to, I mean, these offices of NIOS have to create a lot of initiatives, speak about it so that parents know that, this is there for their children. And it will no way affect the child's further education. Right. So I just wanted to add on this because I've faced these issues and parents come back and tell us that, ma'am, it will not work and please, consider our child coming back to the school. Although they don't realize that, the child is, he needs that open school system.
Yeah.
So definitely it has to merge beautifully into our regular education system. So I'm sorry, please ask me that.
And the question which I asked, ma'am, what will be your plans and step-by-step guide for implementation of reopening your schools in 4.0 lockdown or maybe 5.0 lockdown?
Okay. So as I told you earlier also that we have already started, I mean, my SOPs are kind of ready of reopening, and technology definitely is going to be a very important part of it. Hybrid education will be important part of it. Few children coming to school, few children live sessions happening at home. So this is slowly and steadily, we will see how it goes. And then we will come on to the total physical school environment. And we have spoken so much about it, that how, class teachers are teaching through online teaching is happening, whether it is co-scholastic, whether it's scholastic, whatever it may be, how the teachers are being empowered, how the teachers. So all these have been very clearly planned. And yes, planning is important. How the plans will, go ahead, that we really can't predict.
Right. So academics comes to one part, then there are laboratories, there are libraries, there are labs. So how to manage all these things? Because for a student of say class 9th onwards, it's very exciting for them to when they have a lab class in their periods. They are very exciting to experiment in the physics, chemistry, or the bio lab. So how are they going to cope up? This kind of things is again a matter of rethinking and reimagining.
I spoke about it earlier, Chandan, that we are going to call the students maybe after the vacations, and we will divide them into bubble groups, and they will be coming to school and doing the lab activities, because that's very important. They need to understand, and they can't, I mean, online, okay, certain experiments can be done, but they have to come to the school for that. So definitely that will happen.
Thanks for your input. Dr. Mohan would like to understand on the same lines from your end, your initiatives and your step-by-step.
Like actually about open school, I have a very interesting matter to talk, because our school, we have open schooling inside our school. So children who are highly gifted, so those children, we call the parents and we just say them, see, your children have to go for so many tournaments, so their attendance will be less. But at the same time, they can get the best marks to enter the best universities. So parents, at the same time, as Pratima told, first initial stage, I had a difficulty in making the parents understand, because they had a thought like open schooling is exclusively only for differently abled children and not for gifted children. So I had to break that barrier, where I had to go to the Chennai regional office and meet Dr. Ravi and get the clear-cut explanation. And when I asked the explanation, he said, so much in depth you are asking. I said, no, if I get the depth, I can explain it to the parents. So because if I give a word, I always see that the word is maintained. So I don't want to give a fake word and fool the parent. So then the clarity what he gave, when I came back with that same energy, and when I called for a parents meeting in our auditorium, everybody they said no, that will not work out. And even the children who had dyslexia, those children, all when we identified, we said, see, your children, they needn't struggle. They can study easily and they can get very good marks. So we can work on it. And of course, even they can always write n number of exams to upgrade their marks. So it is not that all subjects put together and they have to write the exam. Then a few parents came forward, and then in such a way, now you will not believe, I gave a very big ad in the newspaper, one full page ad only for NIOS. So many people, it was an eye opener. And after that, the regional officer, he called me, ma'am, what did you do? He asked her. My office has become very busy because so many school managements are approaching me to open schooling. I said it's a very good move because I only don't want to do NIOS because people should know that such a platform is there where even gifted children and children who are focusing on IIT and NEET also can use this platform. Differently abled children with dyslexia. So any parent who thinks that my child has to get the knowledge, best knowledge, but at the lighter platform, I have given this. So now I am so happy in Tamil Nadu. At least 90% of the schools, everybody are having open schooling. And now a parent comes to me asking, ma'am, we heard that your school is the best in doing open schooling. So we are putting our kids. And at the same time, the first scenario, the first batch of children who completed a 12th standard, I had one difficulty. That is no colleges were aware of this open schooling. So they said, I don't think this is a regularized system of exam. I think it's like some private exam. Then the chairman and then the regional officer, they made a call to those colleges and then they spoke, and they also had a forum for all the colleges. They invited all the colleges and they explained what is this. Now you will not believe, all the colleges, higher end colleges to lower end colleges, they call and they give admissions, because these are the two criteria where every parent will have a fear whether my child will get admission in college. When they are very clear that they get an admission in college, and again, transferable parents, I used to say, please take the child for an open schooling, because every state when he goes, he has to learn a language, which is very difficult. So these are the areas where this open schooling is really helping. And at the same time, I like to put one information here. That is the children who want to do practicals. There are two portals, that is Go Lab and O Lab, where the child will have the feel of bringing the lab inside the house and doing it practically. So the equipments are so real that the child is able to do. So now, to be very frank, our children have completed their practical. So when they come to school, they know how to connect, disconnect, and how to do the practicals. So even if schools who have not known what are the other platforms, I think if you all go inside this O Lab and Go Lab, you all will get the best out of it.
Yes, thank you so much for this insight, ma'am. In fact, one of your points I liked a lot. There is again a gap between schooling and higher education. So that gap has to be refilled, and it has to be minimized. A gap between school and higher education, a gap between higher education and corporate, so industry, academia is there. And again, in all these aspects, the way Rikrit is also helping in transforming the corporate industry, the edtech companies, he is helping the startups to grow through whatever efforts and initiatives with Rikrit is saying that. So that a collaboration of corporate, school, higher education, and with the support of government, that is very much important. And with that lines, ma'am, this Education Leadership Conclave under the initiative of ASMA has taken this leap. And we are just left with few more time, just 5 to 6 minutes. I would like to have again a closing remark around from all of us. To start with, again, Skandbali sir, I understand the kind of the prestigious school which you represent is such a beautiful campus, a heritage property. In fact, students would be liking to, when they will be coming to school, when the school is going to open. So all those memories which a student is having from last 7 to 8 months, I can realize it. What are your plans, sir? What are your step plans, and what are the guidelines or ideas which you want to throw to the educators and academicians who is listening and watching this?
First, very important is that you have to understand your campus very well. Entry points, exit points, each and every minute the student is going to spend in the school is very important and critical. So you have to understand how you are going to maintain the social distancing. It's very easier. I mean, it's very easy said than done when people say that in schools, please maintain social distancing in the classrooms. In India, it's not possible. If you have 20 students in a class or 40 students in a class, the size of the classroom is is not allowing that kind of social distancing. So how you can cope up with that? So you have to come up with those kind of strategies and plans. What can be done? As Mr. Rikrit Desai said earlier, maybe you could look at the possibility of half students attending class and half attending online on a particular day. Maybe have them alternate days come to school, or maybe have them 3 days and 3 days, divide 50% strength coming to school. Or if you have a big campus, or if you have some open space on the campus, you could even conduct classes outside if weather permits that. So there are various such ways which you can do. There has to be a very strict protocol on the movement of students and staff. So for some time, they will be out of their home cage to a school cage, because school will not be what it used to be for them earlier. There will be restrictive movements. You will have to look at every nook and corner of the property. You will have to look at every visitor who is coming to the school. So there are many thoughts which have to go in. And as, again, some of my fellow panelists said, that none of us are foolproof and 100% ready for something like this. We are all trying to be 100% ready, but only the time will tell when they come to school how much we are ready and things are good for us. So these are some of my thoughts on every school has a different need, and every school's infrastructure, every school's presence and location, strength is different. So there's no one rule or one set thing for any particular school. But I would say that as a blanket, look at every possible thing from the scratch, whether it is the washrooms, drinking area, dining hall, classrooms, roads, parking area, buses, whatever you name it, and you have to be very careful and do it. So let's see how it goes. We are all thrown in this unknown world. The best part is that all of us, I'm sure, if as an educator I find myself stuck somewhere and I shout out loud in this educational fraternity, there will be lakhs of voices to say, we are there with you, don't worry, you're not alone. I think that's the only silver lining in this crisis right now. But times are very difficult, honestly, very difficult.
Yeah, nice input, sir. A quick remark, Rikrit, from your end, as a closing remark.
No, excellent words, Dr. Bali. I think that you've summed up the whole panel talk very, very well, and plus you've also summed up what we are going through as terms of in terms of it being educated. I think that we're all sailing in the same boat. Of course, we've been thrown into the deep end of the ocean. Now we've been asked to swim. The last few months have been very, very hard for all of us, not just in terms of education, but other industries, every single human being on this planet. But I think that we are learning how to cope with this. And I think it's that resilience, that passion, that passion for life that is pulling us through. And I think very, very soon, when schools do reopen, I think all of this will just be like a blip in history. A blip in time. We'll be back to our normal lives in, let's say, at least a year or two in this case. But I think that we'll all look back on this time, and then we'll remember the hardships that we went through, and I think that brings all of us closer, and that typically makes all of us one now. So I think that such an event on the global stage hasn't happened in the recent past. And I think that because of this, I think it's brought us closer. And I think that going forth as well, if we all can continue this bonhomie, this way of living, I'm sure that this will help a lot of students in the future, and this will make sure that education in itself does progress in the correct way. So that's what I feel.
Well said, sir. And Pratima ma'am, a closing remark from your end, please.
Yeah, I feel that, that cliche of 21st century skills, to add on to what the panelists are talking about, the cliche of 21st century skills that we talk about, I think have been highly reiterated in this pandemic, where, if you look at the positive side, the children have become more research oriented, They've become more independent in their learning. The problem-solving skills have really highly improved. So the 21st century talk about have really come into fore during this pandemic. So I feel that's a very, very positive pace that we see about the pandemic. And of course, as human beings, we know how to survive and we know how to grow out of it. And definitely, as our panelist opinion, that we will come out of it for sure, and we'll forget about it because our memories are short, and we'll forget about this pandemic. So let's hope to be very positive, and let's hope for a good future for our students.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Mohan, last but the least, the closing remark from your end.
Yeah, so this pandemic has taught us a lot of valuable lessons from the past. So what our ancestors had maintained, we have come back to the same form. So how to maintain social distancing, how to keep ourselves clean, how to wash our hands, how to go about with a clean environment, etc., etc. So I always like to say one thing and end. Anything that happens is for the good. So let's face it and let's challenge it. Of course, for every problem, there is a solution, and this will have a very good ending of healthy world.
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for all your views, important ideas, and the discussion and deliberation. I think we will stick to the thematic topic and the discussion of this session. My humble thanks to everyone, Dr. Skand Bali, Rikrit Sarai, Pratima ma'am, Dr. Mohan. I was very thrilled and excited and even nervous at the time of, handling such a senior and esteemed panelist from a different and prestigious education institutes. I hope I've done justice to this, and please pardon me and excuse me if anything I would have, deviated or said, any difficult or different question from your end. But we are very humbled and obliged, ma'am, that you have accepted our invitation. We'll keep on having a association in our future events, ma'am. This event is 4 months long. Today was the launch session, the inaugural session for this Education Leadership Conclave, and we are continuing till December 2020. There are so important discussion and deliberation which is going to come. This was a mix of higher education, preschool and school. Going forward, we'll be having a dedicated school, a dedicated preschool, and a dedicated higher education for this. This was a kind of blend which was showing what in coming few months we are going to do. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks. Yes, so the journey of the day continues. So with this, we are now moving ahead with the preschool education, one of the most awaited sessions of the day. We know that the preschools are going through such a difficult times. In fact, everyone is going through a difficult time, but this has been affected a lot in the last few months, which was very unexpected. And here we have the stalwarts and the top leaders of the leading preschool chains of India. We are this panel has been represented by Mr. Ramol Arora. He is the Managing Director of Shamrock and Shamford Group of Schools. He's the session moderator of the day. We have Mr. Vikas Kumar Kar. He's the Executive Director and CEO of Zeelan. Mr. Tijay Gupta. He's the co-founder and CEO of Bachpan Group of Schools. Mr. Dharmesh Kapasi. He's the President of Shanti Educational Initiatives. We have Dr. S.K. Rathorji. He's the founder, chairman, and MD of Sanford Group of Schools. And Sapno George. She's the Executive Director, Trivandrum International School, Cochin International School, and Chatter Schools, Trins Early Learning Center. This panel is going to discuss on how professionals can support young children and families in managing stress, how NAP will help early childhood educators financially. Now, please invite Dr. Ramol Arora and the rest of the panelists to start this session again. Welcome all the esteemed panelists and the stalwarts of the preschool and early childhood education. I'm happy to see many of the faces who we have been, meeting many a times when the physical event used to happen. And it's very excited and very happy moment for me. At the time, I'm also being very emotional seeing you all. So without wasting much time, Amol sir, over to you. Please lead this session.
Thank you, and a very good evening to everybody for being here. And it's one of the most challenging times that we've ever seen in the education sector. So makes this session even more interesting to know what everybody is doing and how we can each learn from each other, because that's the key in this scenario. Is we're all new here. It's a never before scenario. It's not something we could have ever planned for. And to be in this situation, especially in early childhood education, where children do not completely understand the implications or the impact of corona, what's happening, why can't I go and see my friends, why can't I go to my school, why am I watching my ma'am on a laptop. So for children, it's become really, really hard, because socialization, peer learning is an important part of children's learning and growth. So with that, I think I'll love to start the session. We have an amazing panel with us, and I think we'll try and ensure that for the audience, you have a good number of practical takeaways from today's session that you would be able to implement in your schools, in your homes. And that's the whole agenda for today. So with that, straight away would like everybody to just, if I can just ask everybody to quickly introduce themselves one by one, so that the audience has a sense of where you're coming from and by what experience you share your information. So I'd like to start with the only woman in the panel today. So Sapnu, if you can talk about yourself, your organization, quick introduction, so that everybody knows who you are and where you're coming from.
Thank you, Amol. I'm the executive director of the TRINS group of schools, which is the Trivandrum International School. That's how it started, and the first international school in Kerala, which is the first ones to bring Cambridge and IB to Kerala. So, and now we've also acquired schools in Cochin. That's the charter school and Cochin International School. Today, I'm here more also to talk about the TRINS early learning centers, which is what we have started. We always did from 1.5 to kindergarten, but we started it from 6 months to kindergarten. That was a sector that was specifically targeted for young working parents like myself, actually. So we have a purpose-built facility right in Techno Park, which is the Kerala government's largest technological park, which has around 70,000 employees. So it was targeted for young parents and to be able to, put their children in at ease at a place which they can trust and which is safe and not just as daycare, but which also takes care of education. So that was the feeder to Trivandrum International School. So our family has gotten into education as well. One of the things that we do, which is more meant to be a value add and a legacy, and not as a commercial initiative. So I have the honor of taking care of that on behalf of our family.
Right. Thank you, Sapno. And now
sorry, I didn't give any context. This is a 17-year-old school, started, founded, and owned by my father. Sorry, I didn't give context of how old it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sapno. Mr. Rathore, can you just talk a little bit about yourself and your organization as well?
Please unmute yourself, Rathore.
So thank you, Amol, and thank you, Chandan, for inviting me. So I'm S.K. Rathore, founder, chairman, and managing director of Sanford Group of Schools. We have more than 250 P schools, primary schools, and K-12 schools in India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. So this is very tough time for all the peoples in education sector. Though this was the safest profession ever been treated as, but now this is the most challenging profession, what I can say right now.
Thank you. Thank you for that quick introduction. Dharmesh, can you introduce yourself and so that everyone knows about yourself and your organization?
Good evening, panelists, and I would like to thank yourself and Mr. Chandan for the invitation and be a part of this panel and this discussion. So I'm representing Shanti Educational Initiatives Limited. We are a 10-year-old organization, and primarily we promote it by group of industries. And we have three verticals. We have a preschool chain by the brand Shanti Juniors. We have 350 plus centers across India as of now. We have a second vertical of schools, that is Shanti Asiatic School. And we have right now 12 operational schools across India. And the third vertical is of daycare, which is Shanti Active Care. And we have almost 20 plus daycare centers as of now, most on the western side of India. We all are, I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful discussion for our audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharmesh. And lastly, PJ, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Arora. Thank you, Chandan, Ashish. I think this pandemic has given us a wonderful opportunity, at least to interact. I don't think we are interacting so much in whatever we have done in this last 2 or 3 months. So I think that is a good part. Bad part are so many, I think we are going to discuss. I represent Bachpan and Academic Heights group of schools. We are a 15-year-old company, and we have 1,200 schools odd working across India. And we are coming up with our own university also, with the name of Rishiwood University. The session is going to start, in fact, this year only, and with the online classes. So I think I'm looking for a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
All right. So my first question is, since our audience is basically professionals, and bigger challenge that I've noticed for little children is that the online system is not working as well as the higher classes. So now the challenge is that kids are at home and we are in school. And so how are you dealing with this to ensure A, children are learning, and B, the financials are making it viable for the schools to survive, especially early childhood education? So I'd like each one of you to address this in your own way, and how you've taken up this challenge, and what your advice would be for the viewers on how they can address this challenge. So I'd like to start with Mr. Rathore. Would you like to start take this?
Yeah. So this was a big challenge to introduce this virtual classroom for so young children, because this was the age group, or this is the age group where the children even don't want to sit for a long time at a place, and they want to do physically whatever they want to do, basically. So initially, yes, it was very difficult for the teachers, parents, and children, everybody, to make this happen. But gradually, we also learned many things, and my teachers and learned so many things, and parents also, how to make these sessions engaging, basically. So this is the question: how interesting you can make the session, then only you can engage the children. So we like our institution, many other institutions also, do hit and trial for all these kind of things. So we did many dance classes, online dance classes, then play modeling, then art and craft, then involve the mothers and the parents, and gradually the classrooms were doing well. One thing. Second thing, initially it was the question in the parents also कि शायद जुलाई या अगस्त में तो स्कूल खुल ही जाएंगे, अप्रैल में ठीक है नहीं तो जुलाई अगस्त सितंबर में खुल जाएंगे. Now it is the whole year, whole session, schools are not going to reopen. At least for preschoolers, I think it will be a little longer than this session also. So now the parents have understood the value of the online schooling for preschoolers. So now in my system, I have seen a good jump in the number of students in the virtual classrooms as compared we had in April, May, or July. This month we have I think 15-20% more students in the online classroom. One thing. Another question is, Amol, you ask is how we are managing the finances. this is a big question for all the institutions these days, for preschool as well as for K-12 schools. Because in case of preschools, it is really not happening in everywhere in the country, because you and me have branches in small cities also, in semi urban areas also. People are not that aware about the online kind of thing. They are not happy because they don't know how to tackle all these things. They are not interested to ask their children to join these type of classes. Metros, it's okay. Metros, my branches and metros are doing good. They are meeting out their expenses because salary expenses are reduced, and in many of the cases, most of the cases rather, the rentals are managed by the talks between landlord and the schools. So in metro cities, yes, now the situation is under control, but in small cities where the premises are on rentals, it's a big issue. Another thing, fee. If I talk about fee collection, in case of preschool, I think it is better than K-12 school. Whoever student is joining online class, the parents are paying fees. But in case of K-12 schools, students are taking online classes. 100% students are taking online classes, but fee collection is very less. So this is the scenario what I understood till now.
Okay. I think some good points. Dharmesh, what's your take on this? Are you seeing a similar situation with now a growing realization that at least for preschools, I think even April start is looking very unlikely now, considering how far the vaccination is. And how are parents reacting to this in your school? How are your schools talking to the parents as to to show the problem in hand, and what solutions that you have? So how are you addressing this, and what tips would you have for other school heads who are watching this program right now?
So as rightly said by Rathod Saab, that initially looking at this COVID-19 situation, it is definitely a very difficult times in terms of handling the kids which come to preschool. In fact, we all are well aware that when there is physical classrooms, even at that point of time, we find it very challenging. Our teachers, they have to, do a lot of activities to make sure that they all are following the activities and following the instructions. But when we are talking about online classes for this age group, it's something which was kind of very difficult to first interpret and understand that, online classes, or I would say convincing ourselves, own self and our parents that genuinely online classes can help this age group or not. So, first we started understanding that, at this age group, how do we plan the whole curriculum, what exactly needs to be prioritized, rather than, having the same methodology and the curriculum which we normally use for our physical, while conducting physical classrooms, right? So, fortunately, somewhere we are more into the western side of India, and June sessions are a more prominent in our side of preschools. So we got some time to understand the situation, to design or start, designing this curriculum in a such a way that it is adaptable on the online platform for this age group. The first thing which we did is, and what I can suggest to others, other preschools owners also, is that we actually had initiated a lot of sessions with our parents. We connected to our parents and we started talking and discussing and convincing them that, this is something which is going to last a little longer, and we all will have to come together and take this as a challenge, making sure that we are not losing out on a precious time of a child's education career. So we started first educating our parents, convincing them, making them understand that online classes are option, and looking at the current scenario, we all will have to accept it. And it is a scenario where we both will have to work hand in hand. We are not in a position where we can take the responsibility alone, and vis-a-vis parents themselves are not in a position where they can take care of this situation by making sure that the child is updated or continuing his education or her education career at that stage wherever the child is. So somewhere I believe this has helped us a lot in terms of discussing with parents, having Zoom sessions with parents and convincing them for this. And ideally, somewhere as discussed that, initially there was a lot of problem in acceptance by the parents also. And slowly and gradually, we all are now, the parents have understood that, this is not a short-term crisis, but it is going to go for a longer period. And somewhere, we together will have to make sure that the child doesn't lose out or suffer in terms of the learning aspect. Second thing, what we did is we made sure that the current set of centers and the teachers, they are given a special training for handling such kind of a situation. Handling these children in a physical manner and handling these children on online platform is a huge difference. We initially started the training with the teachers. We in fact also did a lot of mock training sessions wherein the teachers would conduct mock sessions with our expert team members to understand their comfort level and the difficulty which they could be facing while conducting the online classes. So this thing also helped us a lot in understanding that, what exactly is required and how much is required for the child with the stipulated timelines provided by the central government and the state government looking at this age group, which again is a huge challenge. The kind of time given to the preschool is hardly anything, I would say. And again, managing within that time is a bigger challenge. So, this is how we have been so far been able to manage the situation.
TJ, I'd like to ask you now, we got some comments about difference between children enrolled in preschools and K-12 schools, rural and urban. What kind of differences have you noticed, and how are you dealing with this to ensure that the franchisees and the branch schools are able to, go over this crisis, which may last maybe a year longer now, as we see it. So how are you dealing with this? Do you see a single approach, or are you seeing a difference between preschools and formal schools, urban and tier 3 cities? Is there a difference, or you're noticing this, that parents are the same every year? What's your take on this?
There's a lot of difference, Amol. I'll go on the reverse side of Mr. Rathore. In our case, we got fees for the higher classes, for academic heights, or maybe for the upper classes. There was no problem with the fees. 80-90% parents are ready to pay the fees because practically they see the value in online classes. Preschool problem is similar. Parents don't see that practical approach that classes are going to happen. For them, they are already, it's accepted, like this year is already gone, and maybe the next year 2021 or 2022, whatever it will come, that is the only session which is left out. So in our case, I feel very difficult to get the preschoolers on the classes. But yes, from April to May, May to June, June to July, or now in September, we can see 10%, 15% number in the class takers or in the parents ratio. Problem is not one mental, it's 3-layered problem which I see. First layer is the parent, then you see the child, and third is the teacher. Teacher is very easy to manage because we trained them for 1 week, 10 days on Zoom to how to take the classes. The devices were given to them, net connections are given to them all across India. I'm talking about the metro and non-metro cities because I'm looking at a comprehensive challenge. I'm not differentiating it as of now. So teachers were easy to handle, but the most difficult part was a parent, which was very difficult to handle, because until the parent accept the value of the class, they won't ask the child, or they won't accept the child to sit over a screen for 40 minutes, 45 minutes. In my last session, in one of my session, uh, I mentioned that the problem lies with the government policies also, as we are fighting with different states. Rajasthan is saying something different, or Gujarat is saying something different, Hyderabad, Bangalore, they're saying something different. So once a government order comes, or when the government policy comes, parents come with a note or with a text part of that, that you can't take classes for more than 40 minutes, 55 minutes, you can't take monthly fees or the admission fees. So of course, taking finances is also difficult. In terms of finances, those schools which are their own property, it's quite easy for them, because at least they can handle their basic expenses. Basic expenses are not too much, only the teachers or whatever they're spending hardly on the technology, that is the part which they can easily bear. But those schools, 50%, 60%, I think all will agree with me, maybe Mr. Rathor, Mr. Kapsi, and you, those schools who are sitting in a rental building, it's difficult for them. 20-30% landlords ask for the full rental, and only hardly 10-15-20% landlords are ready to compromise with the situation, and they understand the problem. Now, if as an investor I've invested 50 lakh rupees, 30 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees in the interior, I'm on the reverse side, whether I should leave the building or whether I should take that along for 1 year, next 6 months, 1 year. Problem is that we don't see any time to open the school. People are saying it may be March. I don't see it as a March personally. I see it may go beyond May, June, or July, or maybe 2022. For preschooling, I'm saying maybe the higher classes can start, but for preschool, it's very difficult to manage the expenses and other things.
Right. Thanks, TJ. Good points. And I think it's interesting to notice a difference in opinion in terms of the enrollments and how parents are reacting vis-a-vis. So, Sapna, that directly leads me to you. And what's your trend? I mean, is that the preschool? So Mr. Rathore had that issue that a lot of parents are taking advantage of the situation also, where in most high courts, governments are saying if the parent does not pay, you can't do anything about it, and so as a result, the actual amount of fees paying parents is less. So there are a group of preschools who look at senior schools with envy and say they're okay, they're getting all the enrollment, they've got the enrollments, they've got the students who are in the classes, so they are not so badly hit. And we have the K-12 schools looking at preschools and saying they hardly have any expenses these days. So what are they crying about, right? So since you're on both sides, so what's your take on how are parents looking at, and how as an institution should an institution adapt to this environment to ensure that children get value from whatever they're learning through the whole online platforms, and as a result, if they're giving value, of course, fee will automatically then fall into place in a majority of cases, of course.
Yeah, in our experience also, seniors, there was absolutely no problem because, it was a prescribed curriculum and learning had to go on uninterrupted, and they were getting that, they were happy about it. Fee came in and there were no questions asked about that. But for preschool, I'm not talking about K1, K2, that also went fairly well, thankfully. But for pre-K, that is 2 years plus, we were actually anticipating a big exodus of students to leave because, it's definitely not the same. We're not saying it is comparable, but whether we would be able to mimic as best as we could in the same environment online. But it was interesting to see it required a lot of orientation, group sessions, individual sessions. We had to take feedback. We had to be very flexible with our timings because there were working parents who needed sessions at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening. And we did a lot of permutation and combination, tweaked the plan based on parent feedback, individual parent feedback, before we came up with a plan, and where we had to ensure that our teacher-student ratio was double what we were giving in the physical classes. So it was, when you consider the homeroom and the support teacher, it was almost 1:2 or 1:3 kind of a ratio, which was online. So that is when parents started to understand, firstly, we are being heard. Secondly, they are going all out to deliver the same curriculum. They're not holding back, they're not scaling back in any way. And thirdly, the kind of attention that we are receiving is at par. And some of the children who left, who didn't want, they said we'll wait and watch, September schools didn't reopen, they came back. And they were like, how much longer can we go on like this? Because they're also working parents and they didn't want learning to be interrupted, because 0 to 5 is a very key, foundational year where years where children learn the most, and brains are most plastic and all of that. So that sense of there is value and they are being engaged fruitfully, and this is something that needs to go on, so that when all this is over, they haven't lost out and they are at par with their peers and they can go back to school for an age appropriate level, became very evident, and parents started to realize that and come. Having said that, pre-K, definitely, I'm not saying it's 100% still. Quite about 30-40% of students, didn't want to continue with online. But because we had K1 and K2 also, that kind of our staff allocation, we kind of divided across. From pre-K to K1, K2. So, the ratio that I mentioned, we were able to maintain.
Okay. And what challenges did you face, especially in terms of, because teaching in a classroom and teaching through an online session it's a different approach to teaching learning. So how did you approach the first level that TJ said, which was managing teachers, as he said? So what efforts did you put in ensuring, otherwise you can't have the teacher teach the same way she teaches in a classroom in an online session, right? So what kind of initiatives did you do there?
So we follow the IB, right? So even our preschool is aligned with the IB. So there's this thing about agentic learning, the learning environment, then not having, it's kind of peer assessments, and it's student-led learning. So the thing where we suffered the most was, when we say play-based learning, that is it's very based on the environment. That was the only thing that fell out. But all the other aspects, all the other strands of the IB primary years program, we were able to maintain, because we didn't just keep it at the inquiry, unit of inquiry is what we call it. We ensured that the other subject specialists were also at play, for art, for music, dance and sports. So this was where the parents also felt like, oh, they are getting a break. So there's a module where there's this much of talking, then there is a break, and then there is art or something like that. And there are about 5 ways in which that particular slot is divided. So it wasn't like, oh, it's 35 minutes or it's 1.5 hours. It was in little pockets where the children didn't feel, and they kind of look forward to it and really enjoyed seeing their peers and familiar faces. Otherwise, they're just seeing their parents right at home, and that can be frustrating. So I feel like the children's response to the classes is where the parents really turn.
Right. Okay. Mr. Rathore, I think Dharmesh mentioned about changing the curriculum, and I think we've all discussed that. And it's understandable you cannot cover the same syllabus and content what you could do in a physical classroom due to time limitations and the difference between physical class and the online classes. So what kind of changes did you do to your curriculum to make it should be relevant as well, to ensure that the child is on the learning path? At the same time, we cannot have the same expectations that we do in our regular schools. Well, how did you tweak that, and how did you tweak the curriculum? And of course, secondly, the teacher training that I would like to ask. I mean, because the skills are different to teach online. You're all talking about, you talked about making learning has to be more interesting. It cannot be done the same way. You have to take it up a notch. But TJ said it's the easy part, but also it's also teacher capability in the preschools is not the highest grade. So how did you overcome this challenge, both the curriculum and the teachers?
Yeah, sure. So first I'll speak about the teacher training. Then I'll come to how the curriculum has been changed. So because now the mode of education is entirely changed. Classroom is shifted to screen classroom. So what we do, we as usual earlier also we were everybody were making monthly planners, then divided into weeks, and then teacher will divide it on daily basis. So in my system, what we have introduced to make the learning more interesting and engaging, every month we plan a teacher training. Whatever activities, whatever curriculum teacher has to do on the screen, teachers would be trained. My academic team will take the session of the teacher. They do themselves first my academic team teach how to deliver this particular activity, how to do the class online, what kind of material is required. And on the same way, we conduct session for the parents. And we give the list of items required for this month to the parents. Whatever teaching aids is required, there is household things only, but what kind of teaching aid is required? So what kind of things required for the art and craft, for the clay molding, or for anything, any fruit, vegetable, whatever is required, that is there in the house, but they need to keep them ready basically. So teachers training is the first thing we need to work on, and we learned this thing in April, May itself. Because teacher training पे बहुत ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि this is not a classroom program. So we regularly every month we are doing teachers training, then parents orientation program monthly basis, and then ask the parent to keep the material ready to have that particular class. One thing. Second, one more thing, what we ask parent to create a small corner in their houses so that child should learn this is my school's corner. Keep all the learning material there only. Give a small corner in any room and dedicated corner. Keep the puzzles or any teaching aid, whatever you have at your home. Child's toys and books and everything should be there. Colors, pencils, everything should be there. So child should understand this is my school sheet basically now. Secondly, about the curriculum, see, whatever we were teaching in the school, the complete course we can't do online. We have to understood what should be taught to the child so that their skill should be improved. It is not a matter of writing a skill and that or drawing a skill or art and craft skill. How we can deliver this classroom so that the motor skill or emotional skill, whatever we talk about skill enhancement of the child in this particular age, that should be covered basically. If child is earlier in all the play schools, every week one rhyme was happening, every week a story is happening. We can reduce the number of rhymes. We can reduce the number of stories, but we need to work on the enhancement of their skills. Skills should be improved. Their writing skills should be improved. Their vocabulary should be improved. Their art and craft skills should be improved. Their clay modeling skills should be improved. Motor skill, and all these things. So we have redefined our curriculum totally for this particular period, for this session. And maybe as Mr. Tajay said, and I also agreed on that, preschools are not going to reopen for a long time. So we need to, everybody, all of us from this preschool community, we need to work again and again to redefine our curriculum. That is my summation on this thing.
Right, thank you. Now I'll come to the Dharmesh. I want to ask about the NEP also. It's going to be a, so what do you see as the good and the bad about the NEP, especially from the early childhood sector? What's how will it change? Do you think, or do you think what's your prediction on that? Or do you think government documents are good on philosophy or intent, but when it comes to actual execution, nothing really changes at the ground level? So what's your take? How optimist or a pessimist are you on this? Dharmesh, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? Yes, thank you. Now,
so my take on NEP, particularly when we're talking about preschool, would be something which what I have understood, what I have gone through the documents available on site and from where I could get it, is that when we are talking about organized preschooling and brands like us, I'm like we all over here, probably my understanding is that we already are providing this kind of curriculum or learning to the preschool child. What I understood is they were emphasizing NEP is emphasized on critical thinking, on experiential learning, on skill-based learning, though it was difficult for me to understand at that age what kind of skills are they wanting to talk about, because it is still not clearly mentioned anywhere. But then probably what I understand is we organized brands probably till an extent are already giving this kind of learning to our preschoolers. Yes, I would say this will definitely be a good guidelines for the unorganized preschool segment, those who have a challenge in terms of having a proper setup, a proper curriculum, and probably they are just following some kind of an existing publication books and all that stuff. So probably for them, these guidelines would make a major difference. Otherwise, if you ask me, I think we, being into organized preschooling, we already are providing such kind of environment, such kind of learning to our preschoolers.
So your take is it's not going to change anything in the private sector, but the government sector, and also private and unorganized sector, and as well as the government sector, of course, has a long way to go, because.
So my other point over here is probably from the academic perspective, I don't think there would be a major change for the organized preschoolers. But yes, probably there are chances wherein the state governments would create kind of interference in terms of the whole planning or the conducting of the classes and infrastructure requirements. So I just keep I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that probably that challenge is something which probably should not become a hurdle for the branded preschools.
I think, yeah, we've talked about that over enthusiastic state governments tend to go out all in different directions in terms of policy. And that's a drawback of having education as a concurrent subject in India, where the state has a say and the center has a say. So it leads to a bit of chaos or flexibility, depending on where you stand on a particular policy, right? You can call it flexibility or you can call it. But I still, PJ, I want to ask you about the NEP also, because this is something which a lot of educators are concerned about. And two main points. I mean, we've got that's clear what Dharmesh said, that the words like holistic development, all-round development, and those are words which actually, when it comes to implementation, it's a long road between a holistic development. It's easy to say it, but in actual implementation, it's a long road. And private schools have already been on that journey for many years now. So we've already been doing that. But two things I want to ask in particular, which are different. One is the mother tongue thing, which does it mean that we'll all have to go back to mother tongues, regional languages, Hindi, or do you think the way it is should continue, where primarily most private preschools tend to teach in English with the mother tongue as a backup language? Secondly, the 5+3+3+4 structure, where a lot of people are concerned that will schools split up into 4 different parts, or some people congratulating me that up to second tak ka bachcha aapke paas padhne wala hai. So how do you see the 5+3+3 playing out, considering that the infrastructure in our cities is not designed for anything like this? It's always a play school and you have a formal school. The one in the middle is just a little bit, it's hardly 1% of kids would go to a standalone primary school. So how do you see the impact of mother tongue and the 5+3+4 formula which has come up?
Right. I have a slogan in mind, which I thought would be better here to speak. I think it should be one nation, one education. There is no point of national education policy until we have the state interference, as Mr. Dharmesh has said, because talking about the local language, personally, I feel, I may be wrong, it's more to impress the local state government. When you go to Tamil Nadu, when you go to Andhra, Telangana, anywhere, we need to have a local book, which is compulsory to add in the syllabus now. Publishers are going mad, like, sir, you need one book for Telugu, you need one book for Tamil Nadu, I'll print it with your name. So moreover, I think there's no point of adding a local language. It's already there in our blood. Anyhow, when I'm talking to a child in Tamil Nadu, so he'll be speaking in Tamil first. Then again, he'll come back to English or Hindi, whatever I'm coming. So I think that is obviously understood. There's no point of adding it. In India, the problem is that holistic, physical, social development stays only in the books or only in the theories. Nothing is happening in practical. For preschool, there's nothing in the NEP. 5+3, yes, you were right, 5+3+3 formula. I got almost 30-40 calls from my franchisee. So now we can extend our school up to up to class second. We already have the space, so it's easy to add. I think until it comes out properly on the state government regulation, nothing is going to happen with the NEP in terms of preschooling. I'm saying yes, for higher classes, for secondary sections, something may happen. We can see some holistic changes. We can see some curriculum changes. But as of now, there's only a document. Let's see what March 2021 or what April 2021 brings in practical at the plate. I'm waiting for that.
After that initial excitement, now you're coming down to tickets as a document. Like we've had the ECC guidelines like earlier by the Ministry of Women and it was not, it was, molded or some states implemented without any thought of how it's going to be practically implemented on the ground level. Some states said we're going to implement the ECC guidelines and nothing changed at the ground level. So this is something that, so you have that feeling where we still have a long journey between theory and implementation.
Yes,
So Sapnu, yes, you want to add something?
Sorry. No, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so Sapnu, I want to ask you from, because you come from, your being an international board, you're somewhat outside the system in terms of the NEP. How do you see the NEP impacting the international school system? Do you see that, is it something where you'll be watching from the sidelines, or do you think the IB would somehow have to, merge with come within the frame of the NEP? What's your take on the international? Because the NEP does not specifically mention that this requirement is only for the Indian education. It's a national education policy. It means everybody has to be a part of it. How do you think the international schools are going to be looking at the NEP right now?
Yeah, I feel the NEP came at a good time because it really endorses the education philosophy that international boards already follow. So in terms of student-led learning and where they are active participants in their own learning process. So I think it is good for international schools because it's what they've already been doing, and it just kind of gives parents and everyone the what do we say, the conviction that what we have always been talking about is actually the direction that the country should also be taking. So if it really does come into practice, nothing like it, because that means it puts all the Indian boards and the students of those boards at par and equipped for a global arena, because boards in other countries were already following a lot of this, the application oriented kind of learning philosophy. So in terms of the philosophy, it's already at par. And if there's anything that we need to kind of incorporate into our system, it's what we have already seen. It's actually very easy to do or already being done. So it doesn't, I feel like it's been advantageous for us.
So yeah, Mr. Rathod, you'll have to unmute yourself.
I want to add something about NEP. See, my understanding about NEP, how good or bad or how would it be implemented related to early childhood education. See, one thing, this is a very beautifully drafted policy. I think nobody will deny about it. Very, very beautifully drafted. Only concern is, few concern, not only one concern. One thing, this is a state subject, education is a state subject. So every state is going to draft their own policy on the basis of this document. And you never know what the one state draft and what other state will draft. Another thing, involvement of 4 ministries for ECC. There are 4 ministries involved in ECC: Ministry of HRD, Women and Child Welfare Ministry, then Health and Family Welfare, then Ministry of Tribal. It is very difficult to take out any job done from even a single ministry. How will we get it out of these 4 ministries? Another thing, I'm talking about government ECC center like Anganwadis or Balwadis or any. Anganwadi was the substitute of preschools in government sectors. They have just become the midday meal centers. No education is happening there. So who will ensure? Because ECC for all the sections of the society, not for the people like us or people sitting in the cities. So this is a very big question or very big worry कि इतनी ज़्यादा ministries का involvement कैसे एक अच्छी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बना पाएगा, इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएगा, बेसिकली स्टेट्स डाइल्यूट तो नहीं कर देंगे, और गवर्नमेंट ईसीसी सेंटर्स का क्या होने वाला है, क्या अगेन वो दोबारा से ही ये आंगनवाड़ी की तरह ही मिड डे मील सेंटर तो नहीं बन के रह जाएंगे? These are the big question in my mind.
I think what the NEP is actually saying is that this will all come under the Ministry of Education now. So when it comes to actual curriculum formation and implementation, I think because that's the midday meal part will stay with the Ministry of Women and Child Development, I guess. But this education part is going to be, because right now it was orphaned. There was nobody looking after it because the Anganwadis were under the Ministry of Women and Child Development, and they had nothing to do with learning and education. So that's why the condition of Anganwadis right now. So let's hope with this change comes about where the Ministry of Education gets involved in the Anganwadi level. So that's of course the implementation the government's level is always going to be a big challenge. I mean, Sapno, you were talking about inquiry-based learning, and we have schools where there's only one classroom for the whole school, or there are no toilets for the girls. So I think India faces a large challenge, and that's what makes it more complex. That you have a country where with a population with expectations like they want to compete with kids in Singapore, and their kids where for them daily survival is a challenge, and we are worse off than maybe parts of Africa. So this whole diversity of a country and the diversity of different states, where every state wants to preserve its own local culture, and it does have a right to say that I do not want a homogenization of my state to be like the rest of India, and every state has a right to say that. To do that, that's part of the founding commitments that were made to states when India as a country was formed. So we can't deny that. Of course, as a chain, it makes our work easier when we have one system, one school, one system. It would make our lives much easier. But that's the India that we have. We have that every state will have its right to preserve its local culture. You cannot expect a child in Ladakh to be understanding or learn about the Mohenjo-daro and Harappa civilization invasion of Mughals when they have nothing to do with that. So there always has to be a lot of localization, and that's why the freedom is given to the states to contextualize the curriculum to make it relevant for children, so they understand it's it's relevant to us. Otherwise, if you end up learning, for example, as an Indian, learn about the Viking invasion of UK, I mean, you'll wonder, why am I learning this? So that's fair on that part, but that is what makes this sector very, very interesting, that this is going to happen. And I do hope we come to the end of the session. With that, I think we are a bit, I can see that the tone of skepticism in the implementation part. I think we all agree with Mr. Rathore that it's a beautifully drafted document, but it is drafted in theory, sitting in an office in Delhi. But now when it comes to implementation across not India, but Hindustan and Bharat, then the challenges would be there. And I think I sincerely hope that the government has, the document has its heart in the right place. And I hope that it does involve the private sector, the early childhood association, the NGOs, and let's everybody come together, because we are all here for the children. And I hope if we are able to come together as a team and not be on us versus them, where the government's constantly questioning the private school sector and say, you're making money, why are you fleecing the parents? The private sector bouncing the ball back to the government sector, saying that look at your own house first before questioning us. So let's not get into that. We got a beautiful start with the NEP. Let's all come together and ensure that we're able to create a brighter future for our country. With that, thank you so much. I think we had a great panel discussion today, and I hope the audience also took away had good learning points from each of the four speakers. And I think I thank you so much. It's a late evening, but you stuck along. That shows how good of a learner you are, and to be a good guru, you have to be a learner first. So congratulations for the wonderful audience who stuck together. And Chandan, thank you once for having us in the panel. I did not honestly recognize you when you introduced me. I said, who's this guy who meets me at the conferences? So the lighting, the spectacles, your hairstyle, how do you expect me to recognize you? The name was also not showing up earlier. Do you know that? So with that, thank you so much. Had a good discussion. Good to meet up with friends again. And thank you, Chandan, from all of us, the panelists as well. Thank you, Rahul, also for inviting us. We hope this was a useful session for the audience, and we hope we were able to because it's all about the children, and that's what we are here for, and that's what this session was about. Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm also indeed a wonderful session. And when we have the stalwarts representing, some of the prestigious preschool chains of the country, so what best can one expect from? And true justice has been done to the kind of session deliberation which you are expecting. I have not witnessed any of the preschool panel discussions in near future during this difficult times who has organized such forum. And believe me, sir, you have actually motivated us and you have given us strength. And in days to come, this was just the launch of the event. So today was the inaugural session and the launch event of Education Leadership Conclave, which has been powered by Uniply. So Uniply is again a startup. So it is a common application platform. It's a website where you can search schools. You can do the comparison of schools. You can look for the fee structure. You can look for the applications and enrollment process and other, related information related to schools, which was, I guess, till now not that much active platform. Only higher education was quite active into it. So the organizations and the edtech companies like Uniply and FinancePeer and the supporting partners who actually, given us strength to organize such forums, and the stalwarts and important speakers from the various industries of higher education, universities, school education, and preschool education made this wonderful session, sir. And believe me, education and skill, everyone is talking about, but this session was redefining innovation and redefining skill. And definitely the leadership is the true justice to this panel. All are the leaders from different fraternity. You are the educators, you are the academicians. And we know that this is one of the hard hit sector as compared with any other sectors from KG to PG. And still with the hopes, the shine and the motivation which is there in your talks are still keeping the eyes open, and it is giving strength for other people who are into the same lobby. So you people are at the point, the ideal people, and people are following you. They're listening to you carefully, and a great audience was actually stuck with us. We still have 80 plus audience over here. Many people are witnessing live on the Facebook channel. So, and it is all under the mentorship of Mr. Rahul Jain. He is the MD of organization InnoSer Group, sir. And this was our sincere and hard efforts to bring the school community from the early childhood also and school education also to join this the global community which we are of academicians, which we are eyeing make it widespread. The support of government is coming. EdTech companies are also supporting us. So as this was just a small, a short where we were inviting higher education, school and preschool in one day. Going forward, sir, we'll be having a dedicated session, dedicated day for preschools, a dedicated day for higher education. And this is a 3 months long journey. So this journey is continuing till the month of December. So many sessions are going to come up in pipeline, and we'll be happy to have your engagement and association again in coming days. So again, thank you so much, Anul sir. It was a wonderful moderation as usual, and a wonderful participation by Dr. S.K. Arora. Dharmesh sir, I can see the background of your image. Many of the awards has been given from my hand only. And I feel very proud for the same. Mr. Tijay Gupta sir, so congratulations on the recently achieved award from one of the organizations to you on that achievement. And Miss Sapno George, thank you so much for being a part of this panel. A lovely deliberation which we happened today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having us, and Ashish for inviting all of us on this platform. Thank you.
You have good time, sir. There is no other sessions after this, so you can take your sweet time to have a nice closing to this. So before actually doing a formal closing over here, sir, let me please introduce and invite Mr. Saurabh Kulkarni over here. He is representing one of the leading edtech digital companies, FMA Digital. It's one of our wing of ASMA, sir. So FMA Digital is an award-winning digital marketing company from the premier universities and institutions. He has something to share with us. Saurabh, may I invite you for your presentation over here?
Sure. Thank you, Chandan. Thank you for inviting me here. I'll just share the script. Give me a minute. I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
It's visible. Please go.
Okay, perfect. So let me start by thanking everybody on the panel for spending such valuable time with all of us. And without further ado, let me begin this quick presentation. So the company's name is FMA Digital, and I'll be present. I'm the business head at FMA Digital. This is a very interesting slide for all of you, and I'm sure everybody here on the panel and also in the audience will agree that branding and marketing is not a game of luck, right? Especially from the admission side of it, there are so many meticulous campaigns have to be planned. Every move has to be carefully planned, and I like to relate it to a game of chess, because there are pawns involved, there are rooks involved, right? And every step has to be planned very systematically, methodically. Then there is an element of competition that you have to work against. Therefore, marketing and branding is very to be done very systematically, very strategically, right? Having said that, these are some of the 6 most common top marketing challenges faced by education. And right from schools to higher education, everybody is facing these challenges, right from stagnant enrollments to poor quality of leads, insufficient leads, weak brand positioning, fragile online reputation, lackluster brand presence, which is pretty common. These are one of the most itching ones, right? So add on to that uncertainties like COVID, right, which really just takes the situation in a bad way. And if we were having this webinar in the month of February, and if I told you that in the next 3 months we are all going to be grounded at home, all schools and campuses of higher education would be closed, I think we would be all laughing at that joke. But the reality is that it has hit us bad, right? And this is where we are at this point. And COVID has actually introduced some more nagging challenges to everybody, right from the top decision makers in schools to the directors and chancellors in higher education. So these are the new challenges now, right? The economy is under lockdown. There are unforeseen circumstances. 91% of the schools of the students are sitting at home, right? They are a lot of them are doing online learning. And a lot of schools are gearing up for that. A lot of schools are already geared up, right? With campuses being closed, a lot of parents and students are also asking this question, right? What does the future look like? How do we plan things properly? And add on to that the changing behaviors of the parents and the millennials itself, right? So a study on Statista revealed that in the past 3 to 4 months there has been an uptick of 72% in the mobile usage among the parents and the millennials. So with this new reality, we have to go and move on, right? What else are we looking at? The additional challenge that we are looking at is the digital marketing landscape itself is ever growing, right? There are really so many techniques to look into. There are so many platforms available, right? There are so many practices to follow. And emergence of even platforms like TikTok, which until 3 months ago everybody was raging about, everybody was raving about, but overnight it is banned, right? It's out of the marketing strategy. So such questions and uncertainties and the pandemic situation from COVID begs us question. The very common question that we receive is how do we plan the right strategy? In such situations, in such environments with growing practices. So this is where you need someone, the right digital partner who understands the higher education deeply, who has proven marketing experience in rolling out the right strategies for branding, admissions, engagement with the parents, engagement with the alumni, everybody, right? And someone who is agile enough to meet all your dynamic needs. So this is where we come in. We are FMA Digital. We are leading digital marketing agency working exclusively for the higher education vertical. We work for leading universities, institutions, schools, and edutech sector. right? We are trusted by 100 plus leading universities, institutions, and schools across India for all their branding, education, marketing, lead generation needs, including social media, content marketing. Everything you need, we do it. And we are 7 years old in the industry. We are headquartered in Pune, and also have delivery centers in Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai. So these are some of the names that we work with. We have recently also onboarded Chitkara University, Shobhit University to the likes of such bigger universities to our portfolio, and we work with universities, schools from across across the board. We work in early education, for example. We are working with Learning Time, which is a leading name into early education based in Dubai. We are working with the Cambridge Education School, which is a popular ICSE school in Bangalore, Rumta International School, which is a first IB World School in Chhattisgarh, actually, and many like that. So we have worked with brands who have in-house teams, and who don't have in-house teams, who are looking for high performance teams, and they look up to them for helping them meet their branding and admission objectives. So this is a quick case study I want to bring. I'll just quickly share it here. This is for Birla Institute of Management, and although everybody here is from school, vertical, I'm sure you'll be able to appreciate the case study here. So we have been working with BIMTech from the past 5 years. This is our 5th year actually working with them, and we have been working, very closely with them in helping them achieve their goals in their the entire journey of marketing, actually. So initially, when we onboarded them, they were facing 3 challenges. First was stagnant enrollments, improper quality of student leads, weak brand positioning. So when we came on board, we actually studied it in a much more deeper way. We tried to create, after a lot of in-depth analysis, we created the right marketing personas. We actually studied the entire student journey. We leveraged on their vast alumni base. We created strategies to bring out the vibrant campus life that BIMTech has, and many such initiatives. And which is why we are a trusted partner of BIMTech since so many years. The results are here for you to see. Now, having said this, a very important question that a lot of marketeers ask is, this rate of pace is too fast. This new normal that everybody is talking about, it is too fast, right? So how does one deal with it? The COVID that has brought in this change, how does one deal with it? At FMA, for us, these are new opportunities for growth. We see the new normal as new opportunities, and we know that with the digital at the forefront, a lot of your challenges will be overcome very easily. Having said this, we are working with leading universities, institutions, and schools to help them harness the power of digital and help them meet their objectives. So these are some of the services that we provide, right from creating powerful video stories to impactful social media campaigns, to creating world-class websites for them, to advanced SEO practices, online reputation management. We do everything that is required for them. So we'll be happy to help your education brand achieve your goals in the new normal. And we are giving out a complimentary audit. We'll be happy to take up a online reputation for your school. We'll be happy to either do a website and SEO analysis for you. So this is quite open to everybody. My team will be reaching out to everybody here, who have been our esteemed panelists today in initiating these points. And this is my final point. This is where I conclude. So which are the your top marketing challenges that we can solve for you? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
I thank you so much, Saurabh. It's indeed a pleasure, to hear you being part of the family, and I think FMA Digital is the feather in our head. With the kind of portfolio we could build, in last 5 years of our existence as FMA Digital, I'm glad that we are emerging as India's largest edutech company in that sense of the word. Uh, Thank you, Chandan. You have been such a great moderator. And before I actually, thank you. I should thank Amolji and the entire, speaking panel today. Sapnoji, then Dr. S.K. Rathore Saab, Dharmesh Sir, Tijay Gupta ji. I mean, I was just astonished, with the confidence that we still have as a, business. Though, we are all challenged, but I see the way preschool segment is innovating, trying to actually recoup with, the difficult times. I think it's phenomenal. No other sector is this much challenged than this particular one, and still the spirit is not, dying at all. In fact, my own kid, she's right now 5 years going through the kindergarten, and I know the kind of effort the school is trying to take in order to actually sail through this difficult time. So it's a phenomenal world out there, and I'm glad that after Chandan's associating with us, we could step into this vertical as well, and ASMA's scope has actually widened. Uh, I thank you all, and I would like to invite you further. It's about a lot of content that we wish to produce here at ASMA in order to facilitate the B2B and B2C engagement. So I, take this opportunity, in fact, to invite you and all the audience, here, who are listening to us, to actually look at contributing to ASMA in the ways they wish to. In fact, we are open to all possible suggestions also. We are in the next 2 months, in fact, are going to have a lot of variety of events. On 2nd of October, on Gandhi Jayanti, we are actually coming up with a very innovative project around World Student Innovation Summit. So there are not many projects, where student innovation is being talked about. So we are actually having a big round with a lot of stalwarts coming together from across the globe, talking about student innovation. And we are expected to present a new patented innovation called Suraksha Box. And this Suraksha Box also is, going to be one more interesting product to look at while we are all thinking about going back to school, because the way the box is designed, and it's designed by a small kid called Aditya Pachpande, who is a 14-year-old innovator. And he has actually focused on the do-it-yourself kind of a phenomena, and it's going to become a rage. And the mission that he has taken is to distribute 15,000 boxes to needy. So it's going to be interesting to see how Aditya, through this mission of World Student Innovation Summit, is going to actually place the product and build the value proposition. We are seeing convergence of a lot of important CSR initiatives because of the need of such a product, which can help all of us to sail through the COVID era. Coming to the mission at Education Leadership Conclave, we have interesting projects coming up. We have School Leadership Summit on 8th October. We are talking about Preschool Leadership Summit again on 9th of October. I think the date, Chandan, is the date correct? It's consecutive days?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Then 16th October, we are talking about Higher and Tech Leadership Summit. And then we are talking about School Leadership Conclave, featuring boarding and IB schools on 5th of November. 6th November, we are talking about Higher and Tech Leadership Summit. 27th November, we are going to have Women Leaders in Education 2020, a very unique initiative. And the last but not the least, ASMA Education Leadership Conclave valedictory is expected on 4th December. I invite the entire fraternity to please, make suggestions about what more they wish to see, because ASMA is here to do as what you want us to do. We are actually looking at all possible collaborative opportunities. We are talking about innovative initiatives around teaching, learning, around marketing, around research, around how pedagogical advancements are taking place. And then we are also looking at how do we equip our academic fraternity to do better. So ASMA is soon launching ASMA University, which is going to take care of a variety of subject matters and is going to offer free and paid training programs. So with this, let me raise my word of thanks, and I thank all the speakers who spoke today, gave us a lot of enlightenment and actually knowledge and wisdom. And we look forward to keep coming up with newer initiatives in the time to come. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.